Okay, and then we'll catch her on the roll call.
You have the thumbs up from IT, they're ready.
Okay, the time is 5:31. Welcome to the closed session portion of the City Council meeting of June 7th, 2021. I'm going to call this meeting to order. The time is now 5:32. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-2920 and the orders of the Ventura County Public Health Officer issued March 20th, 2020. Stay well at home. Madam Clerk, can you please do a roll call?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Hernandez?
Present.
Councilmember Martinez?
Present.
Councilmember Perez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Here.
And Mayor Gama?
Here. Madam Clerk, are there any closed session general public comments?
No, sir.
Mr. City Attorney, could you please read the closed session item into the record?
Thank you, Mayor Gama. We have one item on closed session for tonight. It is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivision C2, it is my opinion that there is significant exposure of litigation based upon my understanding of the facts and circumstances. Those facts and circumstances arise out of a series of transactions between the City of Oxnard and the City of Port Hueneme relating to disputed amounts for payment of wastewater treatment services. The number of potential cases is 1.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Do any council members have any conflicts to disclose at this time?
No.
Hearing none, we're going to recess to closed session. The time now is 5:33. And the City Council will recess to closed session. IT will wait to get a thumbs up.
We're all clear, Mayor.
Okay.
Sorry, eating my pizza.
Okay, Christy, we're good? Make sure Christy's there.
Yes, sir. You're all clear.
Okay, the recording's going, and here we go. Welcome to the regular city council meeting of June 7th, 2020.
Recording in progress.
And the meeting is being recorded. I don't know if you all heard that. I'm calling the meeting to order. The time is now 6:31. Please stand and join me in our flag salute. We're waiting for the flag to come up here. Ready? Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge
I
allegiance
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, this meeting is being conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-2920 and the orders of the Ventura County Public Health Officer issued March 20th, 2020, Stay Well at Home Order. City Council chambers has been closed to the public, and council members and staff are participating remotely to help play our part in minimizing the spread of COVID-19. The public was informed in advance of this meeting how to submit all public comments to our city clerk. The city clerk has compiled all submissions, and those received prior to the 5 p.m. deadline today were forwarded to the entire city council for review prior to the meeting. They will also be read into and part of the official meeting record. Madam Clerk, will you please take roll?
Councilmember Hernandez,
Present.
Councilmember Martinez,
Present.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Here.
and Mayor Gama.
Here.
All
Mr.
present.
Mr. Deputy City Attorney, can you please provide a closed session report?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Gama. There are no reportable actions taken in closed session tonight.
Thank you very much. And it's my honor tonight to be delivering the inspiration. And I got a twofer. Real quickly, I wanted to thank Laura for getting this book to us. And it's a wonderful story. Tom Stockley was lost on the Alaska 261 flight, and he was a reporter in Washington, and he had a wine column, and he collected a bunch of recipes over time, and his daughters put together this lovely cookbook, and it's really cool. I was reading through it, and he says his daughters say, he was not a scientific cook. A recipe can vary depending on who's cooking it and for whom. So basically it's a guideline, and there's a bunch of fun stuff in here. And so I really thank you for making that happen, Laura. I'm gonna put it to good use. Okay, for tonight's inspiration, I am honored to have with me Joseph right here and Maya over here. They are brothers and sisters, and I first met them, almost maybe 2 years ago, perhaps. And they started coming out to do Hueneme Beach cleanup with us. And they always come with a great attitude and ready to work, and they're definitely into this line of work. And so I've got to know them pretty well, and I've learned from them that their mother and father always made them pick up trash, even if it wasn't theirs. And so that attitude has carried on to Hueneme Beach cleanup, and we're super excited that they are involved. And we talk a lot, and we are looking forward to the school year coming up and hopefully everything getting back to normal. And the kids came up with a group of their own called SPY, the Snowy Plover Youth Environmentalist. And we are going to try and make that organization come to life. And we're going to try and get more young people involved in taking care of our beach and the environment in general here in Ventura County. So I'm going to present to both of them this certificate, and it reads, the City of Port Hueneme recognizes your enthusiastic participation in keeping Hueneme Beach clean. To date, you have participated in 76 Hueneme Beach cleanups, which serves as an inspiration for all. Your efforts have made a lasting positive impact and serve as a call for more community action for a better and cleaner environment. Here you go, Maya. And here you go, Joseph. And we, together, we have come up with a snowy clover wrap. And we are going to present that to you right now. Can I have a beat? Give me a beat, right? Ready? Okay, here we go. The Snowy Please Shuffle. We are the Snowy Pea.
We shuffle around many dangerous things.
We are tough, tiny birds, climate change, crazy winds, predators don't mean a thing.
Because we are the snowy peas. We shuffle around many dangerous things.
We shuffle up coast, down coast, and on the water's edge. People, when you come out and about on Hueneme Beach, know that the Snowy Pea Shuffle is our thing. Our nests are camouflage amongst beach rocks and things.
The snowy pea shuffle is our thing. We shuffle around many dangerous things. The snowy pea
Shuffle is our thing. We shuffle around many dangerous things. So that's our inspiration for tonight. Thank you, Joseph and Maya, for helping keep Hueneme Beach clean. We really appreciate your effort, and I hope to see you 76 more times.
Yes.
Bravo. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right.
Thank you.
Well, let's get that.
Good work, you guys.
Get it out there on the internet or something. I don't know. Anyways, well, thank you so much for coming over and being a part of our inspiration. We really appreciate you taking the time to be with us tonight. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, when we take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Madam Clerk, are there any general public comments for tonight?
There are no general public comments for tonight, sir.
Okay. So we're going to move on to presentations. Our first presentation is the COVID-19 update by Chief Salinas. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Let me bring up my presentation here. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
All right. This is going to be a quick COVID-19 update to let everyone know where we're at as a community and what we have upcoming here in the state of California. So I'll quickly begin with where we were at back in the middle of April. Last time I gave a COVID update and where we're at right now. Some of the bigger numbers I'd like everyone to focus on here is the amount of positive cases or active cases in the city of Port Hueneme. I highlight the red number because that's where we had actually peaked in our community at 551 active cases at one point. And right now we're down to just 5 active cases in our entire city. And so we've done very well. And in fact, since our last meeting when I gave a COVID update, we've only had 31 additional positive cases, and that would be in the last like 7 weeks. So all in all, we are doing very, very good. And we've had no deaths since that last April meeting. And I really think a lot of that is attributed to the vaccinations that are being deployed right now. So with that, I show you the blueprint metrics for March 12th in the top right. And you can kind of see how bad it was at one point. And now in the bottom right where we are as of Friday, June 4th. And our numbers are in the yellow tier and they continue to go down. And so as of last week, we are in the yellow tier, but that's all gonna go away here coming up on June 15th. But I just wanted to kind of show you the descending or decreasing numbers here over the last couple of months. Again, attributed to everyone getting vaccinated and our positivity rate just plummeting. Speaking of vaccinations, this is where we were at on April 5th. 43% of the county age 16 and over were vaccinated. This is where we were at on April 19th. On May 3rd, 60% of the county. And then as of this last Friday, 65.9%. I had even mentioned at the previous meeting, I thought that the county would probably cap out at around 70%. And the numbers, as you can see by the graph on the bottom of this chart, are really starting to decrease. So I see this maxing out between 70 and 75%. And so, which is good, because I believe the United States average, or the average right now, is at 50%. And so we're way above that curve. And this graph right here also shows our positivity rate since COVID began. You can see where we were at one point. We topped out at 62 cases per day, and we've dwindled back down to having 0 or 1 or 2 cases now every day. So that's fared very well for us, and that's why we only have 5 positive cases in the last 14 days, and our incident rate is back to where it was when we began, and that's at 21 per 100 people.
100,000.
100,000, yes. 21 positive tests per 100,000. So a lot of people are asking what's going to happen on June 15th. Is everything going to go away? And so I'm going to try and answer that. So June 15th, the virus isn't just going to pick up and go away. It's still going to be around us. A lot of the capacity restrictions and physical distancing requirements at most all businesses and institutions will be lifted, and people who are fully vaccinated will be allowed to go without masks in most situations. But the state of emergency will remain in effect, allowing the state to continue programs that deal with the ongoing effects of the disaster. 2, we can roll back at any moment based on our vaccination supply, various variants, or human compliance could all roll this back. And so that is one of the reasons why the governor is still keeping the state of emergency in effect. And OSHA has stated that some employees who are unvaccinated or working along someone who has yet to get their shots will still need to wear their masks while on the job. The rules that go into effect June 15th will allow workers to forgo masks only if the person in the room is fully vaccinated and the employer has their vaccination records on file. And the same will be recommended but not required at outdoor events with more than 10,000 people, though venues in those instances will have the option of allowing unvaccinated and untested attendees, provided they wear masks at all times. I've also heard if they get tested within 2 to 3 days of the event. I bring this up because of our upcoming outdoor event here in Hueneme Beach on August 28th and 29th, which is the Hueneme Beach Festival. We do expect approximately 10,000 people per day to attend our event. And I'll be addressing that issue during my Hueneme Beach Festival presentation this evening. And the state of emergency will stay into effect and will not be going away anytime soon. The state of emergency allows California to draw down resources and continue operating programs that are needed to deal with the effects of the pandemic. So that's why we will continue in this state of emergency. As an example, one of the previous wildfires, as early as 2018, there's still a state of emergency for that fire due to resources needed to still rehabilitate from that event. So this is not unprecedented. And we had a vaccination clinic here in Port Hueneme on Thursday, May 20th. It looked really strong in the first hour. In the first hour, we had about 18 people show up. Myself and City Manager Britt Connors went out there to check things out. We were also there the first hour. Well, apparently those were the only 18 people that showed up for the vaccination clinic, and there was no one after that. We believe, or we know, based on comments, that people were not too excited about the 1 dose, the Johnson & Johnson. We know this because we provided a shuttle for seniors at several of our senior communities, such as Hueneme Bay. Officer Montalongo volunteered his time and took the bus out there. And as soon as they were getting on the bus and found out what the vaccination was going to be, they turned right around. And this happened a couple of times. So to make up for that, tomorrow, again at the community center, we will be offering a vaccination, but we will be offering the Pfizer vaccination along with the Johnson & Johnson. So people will have their choice. That event begins at 11 a.m. and ends at 6 p.m. And again, walk-ups are welcome. No appointment is needed. And thank you to Anna and Veronica for helping put this event together. And both these flyers have been posted on social media as well as our emergency website. So with that, that concludes my presentation. If anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gama. Thank you, Chief, for that presentation. That's good news, something to look forward to. When do we have a date for the second dose of the Pfizer?
Yeah, so what'll happen is we will, depending on how many people show up for the first dose tomorrow, we'll schedule a second event. So we don't have anything quite scheduled yet, but it will happen within 3 to 4 weeks of tomorrow's event. If nobody shows up, then there's no need. So a lot of it's going to be based on just how many people end up showing up tomorrow. In fact, the city of Oxnard has a vaccination Pfizer clinic today. So people actually have the option of going to that location as well in 3 weeks to get that second dose.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yeah, I just had a few questions. Thank you for the report. Counties that are at a higher tier or another color tier, they're still going to be open. They will be under the same rules that we all are that are under a lower tier. Is that correct?
That's correct. The color tier system will go away beginning on June 15th, regardless of what color tier you are in at that moment. Okay.
And then while these rates seem very, very high, 70%, is there any, do you know if there's any kind of program going on or who they are trying to focus on getting these vaccines that maybe are not getting them right now? Have they been able to identify? I'm assuming, like, at least just my information, like all of the seniors are, pretty much jumping at getting these vaccinations. But then, are there particular groups subgroups that are not doing it?
That's a good question, and I don't have the demographics in terms of the vaccination rates. I can find that out. I do believe that our seniors are in a higher compliance level or rate. I believe it's the younger 20 to 30 year old step there that is probably falling a little bit short. But I can find that out for you to kind of see where we should be focusing our attention to in terms of getting vaccinated.
And from your aspect, has there been any kind of talk regarding, I know like the vaccinations are now available for people 12 through 16. Mm-hmm. With schools starting up in the fall, is there going to be any push to get them vaccinated once they're in person?
That is a good question. I do know several schools in Ventura County are requiring students to get vaccinated before coming back to school in the fall. I don't have a list of local schools requiring it. I don't know if anyone has heard anything that's on this call, but I can find that out by the next meeting to see if specific schools are requiring. I do know a couple of private schools in like Moore Park and Thousand Oaks are requiring it. But for instance, let's say Hueneme High School, I don't know if they're requiring that students be vaccinated by this fall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I was wondering if anybody amongst us knows statistically, when it comes to the vaccination, if you're at 60, 70%, it basically achieves that herd immunity thing. In other words, I don't understand the science that says every person needs to be vaccinated in order to declare victory over COVID. So if you think about it, like a year ago when there was no vaccination, the spread of the disease was very rapid. Now that 60% of our people are vaccinated, the spread of disease is actually so low. They're going to cancel all these restrictions on June 15th. So, Chief, do you know of is there any statistical measure that basically says once you hit this point, you're at like full unemployment or full effect?
So Dr. Fauci has indicated 70 to 85% vaccination will achieve herd immunity.
Okay.
So we are just about there.
Yeah, and so I've been doing a lot of work on schools lately, and it just I see all these kids in masks at school, and realizing that kids were basically the extremely low risk of having complications from COVID. And so as elected officials, can we question? Or are we just going to go with whatever the governor says we're going to do? I mean, for example, I noticed our signs at the beach still say you must wear a mask outside. And so where do we draw that distinction as a disaster council, as a council for the city of Port Hueneme? What are our options to follow science, I guess I'm trying to articulate?
Sure. Typically, we follow the guidelines presented to us by the county and the state. So as of June 15th, masks will not be required outdoors in most situations, except for those mega events. And so those signs will be coming down. We may be putting up signs that are now more customized to the new rules and guidelines posted on June 15th. But yes, you are absolutely correct, is that we are going to have to adjust on our end as well to adapt to the new guidelines.
So August 28th and 29th, it's a big day. And is there, under what science or what authority, trying to figure out the right way to say this, but so if all the restrictions are going to be eliminated, except the governor's going to keep us in a state of emergency, will we look to the county for guidance on our event where there'll be 10,000 people or more? Or will we look to the state?
Yes, so the California Department of Health has issued regulations in regards to large outdoor events, and then the county has adapted those guidelines. And so what we'll also do for our event, the Hueneme Beach Festival, is we'll be actually providing them with a COVID-19 plan for our event, which will explain how many people we plan on having attending on either day, and what our mitigation steps are going to be in terms of helping prevent the spread for our event.
And then at that later date, then we'll, as a council, decide, will it be an honor system? Say if somebody isn't vaccinated, then we expect them to.
Yeah, that's kind of the catch-22. We're not allowed to ask people if they're been vaccinated or for their card. So it is the honor system when people come and show up to the event. We'll be asking those that are not vaccinated to wear a mask, and those who are vaccinated will not need to wear a mask at the event.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, I see your hand is up.
No, I had already answered it. I thought it was down. So let me is it down now?
Yes. Councilmember Martinez, do you have any comments or questions? Thank you. Councilmember Perez, I don't see you on my board. Let's see if I can see.
I do not.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. We are
Thank
now
you.
Move on to Kevin Spalding, and he's going to talk to us about legal restrictions and consequences of litter, plastic, and styrofoam.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Gama, Honorable Council. Let me just pull up my PowerPoint here. Okay. So I believe this agenda item comes from Councilmember Martinez a few city council meetings ago. He was interested in what the city can do to combat the tide of littered plastic, single-use plastics, and expanded polystyrene, otherwise known as styrofoam. And so the purpose of this presentation is to look at federal, state, and local rules and regulations regarding these restrictions. And so we'll start with single-use plastics. And I intend to take this from the federal level down to the local levels and see what other agencies have done. Federal legislation relating to single-use plastics is the Trash Reduction Act of 2015 and the Plastic Bag Reduction Act of 2009. It's important to remember that the federal government is a government of limited authority. And so typically they have to find a way to regulate. And in this instance, they've decided to use their taxing power. And so what the Trash Reduction Act of 2015 accomplishes is it amends the Internal Revenue Code to require retailers to pay 10 cents excise tax on each carryout bag provided to a consumer. Certain reusable bags and other types of bags are exempt from that tax, and in order to encourage the use of those bags. The Plastic Bag Reduction Act of 2009 places a 5-cent fee on single-use bags to be paid by retailers. This fee increased to 25 cents in 2015. State actions, the one we're all very familiar with, is the single-use carryout bag ban, Proposition 67, which passed on November 8, 2016. Proposition 67 is the reason that we pay 10 cents per bag when we go to the grocery store. It's also the reason why the bags are less flimsy and they are more robust. In essence, SB 270 requires pharmacies, convenience stores, food marts, liquor stores not to use single-use plastic carryout bags for their customers. Instead, the stores have to provide a reusable grocery bag or recycled paper bag to a customer at the point of sale at a charge of at least 10 cents. So that's typically why we've seen a more robust bag that's intended to be reused in an effort to try to curb the single bag litter that we tend to see. So one of the ways that the state tracks this is through the reusable grocery bag reporting system certification database. And what this is this is a CalRecycle database developed for reusable grocery bag producers to submit proof of the certification that the bag is in fact reusable and composed of recyclable products and that it complies with California's laws. To date, 51 reusable grocery bag producers have submitted certification documents for 152 reusable grocery bags. A list of these reusable grocery bags and producers is also available on CalRecycle's public website to show compliance with Proposition 67. So here we get into local actions for single-use plastics, and there's a little bit of overlap here with expanded polystyrene. We've had Ventura County Surfrider Foundation present at the city council meetings on several occasions, addressing things like litter and no butts on the beach and things of that nature. They also have a plastic-free Ventura County campaign that launched in 2018. This campaign has been successful in other Ventura County cities that have enacted ordinances to reduce the use of single-use plastics as well as expanded polystyrenes. Namely, City of Thousand Oaks, the city council voted to ban sales and use of some or most single-use disposable plastics as well as expanded polystyrene for restaurants. The City of Thousand Oaks ordinance is impressive in that it's probably the most expansive ordinance in Ventura County. And what it does is it prohibits the use or sale of polystyrene food and drink containers, as well as disposable utensils. It prohibits the use or sale of packing peanuts made of expanded polystyrene, ice chests made of the same, and various other styrofoam products. It also requires restaurants to limit the use of plastic straws as well as plastic utensils. So in essence, there wouldn't be any plastic straws or anything provided to the customer just as a matter of course, or plastic utensils. However, recognizing the need for takeout and things of that nature, customers would still be allowed to request such, but the effort was to reduce the amount that are just handed out to reduce the total amount of litter available. So now we get into recycled plastics, and this is largely regulation from U.S. Food and Drug Administration as well as the state of California relating to what types of plastics must be used in these new bags and utensils and whatnot as a result of Proposition 67. So the federal government, without getting it too much into it, has identified several chemistry issues that the FDA recommends for manufacturers of recycled plastics. And so they use these chemistry issues to evaluate the recycling process in order to make better recyclable materials or more sustainable materials. And there's a link for more information on federal information on this if anybody is interested. State information on recycled plastics. CalRecycle has the mandatory commercial recycling law. We know this law as the California Integrated Waste Management Statute or Act. And so what this does is this outlines the requirements of a statewide mandatory commercial recycling program, which applies to commercial businesses as well as local governments. The purpose of this act was to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by diverting commercial solid waste to recycling efforts and to expand the opportunity for additional recycling services in California. And so the city of Port Hueneme has an integrated waste management ordinance, which tracks the CalRecycle's Integrated Waste Management Act. And so this outlines the handling and processing of recyclable materials in compliance with this act under state law. Port Hueneme's ordinance, which complies with the state standards on the matter, are found within Article 7, Chapter 3. And so it's also interesting to note that our website, our city website, is quite robust as far as information on solid waste and recycling. If one were to go to our website and click on the Public Works tab, there's a host of information regarding plastic bag recycling, compost bins, green waste, mattresses and box spring recycling, large item pickup, mandatory commercial recycling regulation, hazardous waste, and a variety of other programs relating to solid waste and recyclables. And so if anybody had any questions or whatnot, the first place to start I would recommend is go to the Port Hueneme City's website and check out the Public Works page. It's quite informative. In addition, the County of Ventura has a twice yearly plastic recycling event, and the link here is included as well in an effort to try to reduce the amount of plastic waste that winds up on our beaches. So this brings us to styrofoam or expanded polystyrene. So federal recycling laws explained, as I mentioned earlier, the federal government has limited regulatory authority. And so a lot of their regulatory authority stems from, usually appears in landfill bans or recycling goals. And it's kind of like the carrot for the states to get some increased funding. Typically, the solid waste laws that come from the federal government are the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, which has been amended several times, and it's usually referred to as RCRA. And it's a pretty robust series of federal regulations that it really encompasses a lot of the Code of Federal Regulations as well. It's a pretty expansive program. And what it does is if the state isn't going to pass a law to implement RCRA, California did pass the Integrated Waste Management Act, which satisfies RCRA, but it authorizes the Environmental Protection Agency to come in and enforce their own standards within the state. And so it basically ensures that other states, while California enforces its own in return for payment for federal funds, this makes sure that it's a truly national standard, and the federal government will implement it if the states do not. As it states on the bottom here, the state of California and the city of Port Hueneme have enacted such statutes and ordinances. This California statute is the California Integrated Waste Management Act of 1989, otherwise known as AB 939. And it's found within our city code at Article 7, Chapter 3. There's also AB 3025. And so what this did, this is codified at Public Resources Code sections 42390 et seq. After January 1st, 2012, loose fill expanded polystyrene was prohibited for sale or manufacture in California. There were certain exemptions for it, but it applies unless the expanded polystyrene is manufactured from a specified amount of recycled product. What's important to note about this law is that by 2017, all of the loose fill had to be manufactured from 100% recycled product. And so there's a real strong push here from the feds and the state to make sure that we are only using recycled materials in order to reduce what ends up in our landfills and what ends up littered on the streets and the beaches. So local actions for Styrofoam. Again, we're looking back at the Surfrider Foundation's Plastic Free Ventura County campaign. As I had stated, there's significant overlap, which was launched on Earth Day in 2018. And so we talked about the City of Thousand Oaks Ordinance, which I believe is the most expansive to date. But even Ventura City Council recently unanimously adopted a vote to ban expanded polystyrene food containers at their restaurants. They voted to enact it on October 19th, 2020, and it should go into effect in July 2021. This action followed the ordinances adopted in Thousand Oaks as well as Ojai, prohibiting the use or sale of polystyrene food containers. And so other cities within Port Hueneme are certainly doing that, or other cities within the county are certainly looking at reducing single-use plastics as well as banning expanded polystyrene. And there's a lot of good guidance out there that the city could certainly follow. The Thousand Oaks Ordinance is phenomenally written and it's very expansive. And so that is the end of my presentation. If anybody has any questions, I am here to answer.
Councilmember Martinez, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gama. I'm curious, City Attorney, what does the state do with those 10 cents that they collect per bag?
Well, it's interesting you should ask. Around the time Prop 67, I believe it was passed by the voters, there was a companion proposition that was voted down by the voters. And what the companion proposition said was that 10 cents had to be funneled off to an account or a fund that would be used to clean up plastic litter and whatnot, would be used for environmental purposes. The California voters overwhelmingly rejected that fund and instead decided to allow the retailers themselves who sell you the bags to keep it as profit.
Interesting.
So it was one of those things where it didn't really make much sense what the voters allowed to happen.
And what would be the next steps for us to adopt something similar to, say, what Ventura just did or what Thousand Oaks has done? And I'd also like to hear from the rest of the City Council how they feel about that.
Well, given this is a presentation item, my recommendation as Deputy City Attorney would be to request it as an agenda item on a future agenda. And then that way, City Council would have the appropriate amount of time to investigate the other ordinances, become familiar with them, and develop some of their own ideas as to how the city wants to ban certain things. Most of the other cities' ordinances involved significant stakeholder contacts. So they worked with the restaurant industry to make sure that what went into effect was actually feasible, and that restaurants were willing to comply with it instead of outright violate it. And such an approach, as well as allowing like a year before any of the ordinance's penalties went into effect. That seems to be the approach that's been taken by every other city.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes, I have my hand up. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Spalding, for the presentation. Your title of the presentation mentioned consequences, and I was wondering if you could speak more to the consequences that these rules and regulations have on businesses. Is there anything more you can say? Has it been negative based on what we've seen? Has it been significant?
Based on my understanding, the consequences have actually, most businesses have already gone into getting rid of expanded polystyrene. Around the time that Ventura City Council enacted their ordinance, there was a Ventura County Star article in which they were interviewing the owners of Yolanda's just up the street from City Hall here. And Yolanda's had already made a comment that they had already moved from expanded polystyrene, not so much due to environmental concerns, but because it looks better when you get your takeout food in a box that has a nice presentation. And so I think what you'll find and is we're starting to see a lot more of those recyclable hard plastic containers with the clear tops that are easily recyclable and made from recyclable materials. So I think what you're finding is that most businesses and most restaurants are already making that switch, are already kind of moving to that end. And so I don't anticipate a lot of resistance I think it's already kind of happening even without local regulation.
Right, right. Okay, and do you know anything about the recyclable market? Because I understand that with China's new policies, they aren't purchasing the recyclables like they used to. And so the business of recyclable materials is not as profitable as it used to be. And that because of that, some of our recyclables are not actually going into being recycled, they're actually going into a landfill.
Right. I have heard the same thing that the recyclable market has been drying up, and it's been difficult to find people who are willing to buy recyclable materials.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any specific information beyond just the general concerns that you've already identified.
Okay. And just FYI, I got an email from Joan Tharp today. I don't know if any other members of the council did, but they would like to meet to talk about the ordinance that Mr. Spalding was discussing during this presentation. So I'll be meeting with Joan to get more information about that.
I got it as well.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, I don't see you on my board. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just had one. What happens now if you have styrofoam materials? Do you put it in the normal trash, or is there a separate place to put it? I mean, say you pick up a cup and you take it off the beach and you put it into the trash, it goes in with everything else, right? And then it just goes into a landfill. Am I correct? Or
I would defer to a member of Public Works on that. My understanding is that most expanded polystyrene in the state of California has a recyclable label on the bottom of it, and I think that the California Integrated Waste Management Act has a process for diverting that outside of a landfill, but I could be wrong.
so for the public's use, if they get styrofoam, do they put it in their normal trash bag, or do they put it into a recycled and then rely on Public Works to determine whether it's recyclable or not? If anybody from Public Works can make that, if anyone's available, I'd like to know.
Yeah, it's my understanding that you cannot put styrofoam into recyclable containers.
Yeah, that's what I've always thought too. So then you put it into a regular trash can and then it goes into a landfill anyway. You don't want it on the ground, certainly, but then you put it into a trash can. So I was just wondering what they do with the styrofoam that is out there to kind of mitigate it, to make it less impactful on our environment.
Yeah, well, we aren't allowed to put the styrofoam into the recyclables. A lot of people do still put it in there, but when it gets put out at the transfer station, that's why they have the sorting line, and they'll end up pulling that out. Most of it, though, will end up making its way to the landfill because they don't have another use for it.
So I guess if we ban it, obviously, it's less available for people way. But right now, if there is styrofoam, we just throw it in the normal trash, and hopefully that's better than leaving it on the ground. But it's still not going to break down for the next 10,000 years or whatever it takes to break it down.
Right.
It breaks down pretty quickly. Interesting enough, we find little pieces of styrofoam all over the beach, and I'm talking little pieces like the size of a pea or the size of a piece of rice. So there is a lot of styrofoam that breaks down and gets blown around the beach environment. So my question or comment is, has any county, has anywhere in the world or the United States, what if our county and what if all of the cities of our county got together and tried to come up with a uniform ordinance that we could all support? I know that the city of Camarillo is moving in that direction and of establishing an ordinance. not sure if it's gonna look like Thousand Oaks or Ojai. So is there any guidance to help form a regional approach to this idea of banning styrofoam?
It's certainly something that any one of the council members could approach any of the county supervisors or any other cities with an idea towards. At this point, I'm not really aware of a uniform ordinance or uniform standard countywide, but it's certainly something that a council member could feel free to talk to one of the supervisors with the county about.
Yeah. Or Cal Recycle.
Or Cal Recycle.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and then our neighboring city, the city of Oxnard, we did come up with some kind of ban, and then we're still getting impacted by styrofoam that's coming through the city of Oxnard and making it to our beach. So perhaps maybe we could do a regional partnership or something. But and I don't know if anyone knows this, but I heard you say that the plastic food containers are recyclable. And does anyone know if the cost is more or less than styrofoam? And then the other question is, with regards to cardboard, is cardboard a cost-effective alternative to styrofoam? Again, these are questions I don't know the answer to, and I don't know if anyone does.
I do not.
So this is for information only, and I would wonder what would be the next step to look at an ordinance that would ban styrofoam in the city of Port Hueneme.
My recommendation would be to make a motion to request it on a future agenda item at the end of this meeting where appropriate.
Okay, are there any other comments regarding this issue? Last call for comments and or questions. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for that presentation. We are now going to move on to the consent calendar agenda. I'm going to read the titles. Number 3, approved minutes of the City Council for the regular meeting of May 17th, 2021. The recommendation is to approve the minutes. Item 4, receive and file the finance cash disbursements from May 11th, 2021 through June 2nd, 2021. The recommendation is to receive and file the disbursements. Number 5, authorize for out-of-state travel, police department training. The recommendation is to authorize Police Chief Andrew Salinas to attend the FBI National Academy Annual Training Conference in Orlando, Florida on July 5th through the 10th, 2021. Item number 6 is adoption of a resolution for fiscal year 2021-22 budget for the list of proposed road maintenance and rehabilitation projects for submittal to the California Transportation Commission. The recommendation, adopt a resolution adopting a list of projects for the fiscal year 2021-22 funded by SB1. The Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017 includes a list of proposed capital improvement projects for road maintenance and rehabilitation projects for submittal to the California Transportation Commission. Item number 7, authorize to award a contract to J&H Engineering General Contractors Incorporated. Construction 2, remove and reconstruct the existing pickleball courts. The recommendation is to authorize the Public Works Director to award a contract to reconstruct the existing pickleball courts at Miranda Park. I'm going to ask that item 7 be voted on separately because I need to recuse myself from any such vote on that. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the consent calendar items 3 through 6.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you take a roll call vote?
Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes.
Okay,
Unanimously approved items 3 through 6.
thank you. Item 7 is now on point to be motioned and seconded. I live right next to Miranda Park, therefore I need to recuse myself from this action. May we have a motion?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, can you take a roll call vote for item number 7 on the consent calendar, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama. I will notate that you are abstaining from this vote. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on to item 8, special use permit number 14-21 for the Port Hueneme Police Department and Police Explorers Car Show and Fundraising Event. The hearing is now open at 7:22 p.m. Do any members of the council have any conflicts to disclose? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, we do.
Will staff please present the report? I believe Chief Salinas is going to be presenting the report.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So let's see if I can get this started here. So I am here to present to you the first annual Port Hueneme Police Explorer Beach Car Show event. This came about in early March when 805 DJs approached us about having a fundraiser event for the Police Explorers. And so we took them up on their offer, and we actually decided to run and operate the event using them as support and guidance in putting this together. So you may have seen this flyer online. It is a save the date flyer pending tonight's approval. That is for the Hueneme Beach Car Show on Sunday, June 27th of this year. It will begin at 10 a.m. and conclude at 3 p.m. It will be located at the Hueneme Beach, specifically parking lots B and C, as well as the closure of Ocean View Drive, which will be closed right at Surfside Drive in front of the Ocean View Pavilion. Our expected attendance is approximately 2,000 people throughout the day. The event will have show cars, food, and vendors. Also at the event, we will have amplified DJ music. There will be no live entertainment. We will have 2 DJ stations, one located in parking lot B and one located in parking lot C. Security will be provided by the Port Hueneme Police Department, which includes police officers and police reserve officers and our Explorer unit. In order to register for this event, all vehicles will pay a $30 registration fee, and we expect to sell out the event between 250 to 300 vehicles. For the public, they can actually visit the Port Hueneme PD website, Explorer website, which is www.phpdexplorers.org, and they can obtain more information about this event. Here is what the layout of the event will look like. Again, it's in parking lots B and C, along with the closure of Ocean View Drive. There will be show vehicles in parking lots B and C along Ocean View Drive there. And then we'll also have on the other side of the street food trucks and vendors. We will also have restrooms and wash stations in both parking lots. And again, there'll be 2 DJ stations, one in parking lot B and one in parking lot C. The second DJ station is not currently annotated in parking lot C, but it'll be near the entrance, with both music stations actually pointed out towards the beach. We will be closing the street beginning at 6 a.m. and opening it up back to the public at 3:30 in the afternoon. So the way this works and the event schedule will be cars will be rolling in between 8 and 10 a.m. There will be a check-in tent or canopy at Surfside and Ocean View Drive, which will be manned or staffed by our explorers and reserve officers. The event actually starts at 10 a.m. and concludes at 3. There'll be the judging of the vehicles between 11 and 1 p.m. And as you can see, the multiple categories, we aren't just having one particular car. We are actually inviting all types of custom vehicles to join our event, which includes classic, custom, hot rod, lowrider, modern, motorcycle, muscle, truck, under construction vehicles. And I don't know what it means most likely to get ticked. I think that means most likely to get ticketed. So that is something that Officers Montalongo put on there. And so we will be presenting awards between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And so I encourage anyone from our city council to come out, help us with our judging, and be part of the awards ceremony. So this event, because it's being held at Hueneme Beach, does require an SUP. And we are considered exempt under CEQA because this is a minor temporary use of the land. All proceeds after expenses will go directly to the Port Hueneme Police Explorer Program, which is a 501c3 organization. And so my recommendation today is that the City Council adopt the resolution that conditionally approves SUP number 14-21. And that concludes my presentation. If anyone has any questions.
I have a question. Where are we going to put Rich Rollins's Le Mans in the category under construction?
You know, you beat me to the punchline there. Yes, probably custom and under construction.
I prefer to say most likely to get ticketed. That's a machine.
The brakes are touchy. I can tell you that from experience. Super touchy. Any council members have any questions or comments for our chief?
Yes, I do. Before we vote, I have to ask our city attorney, and I apologize. My daughter is an explorer. Do I need to excuse myself from this?
I would say no. The reason being is this is not quasi-adjudicative and there is no foreseeable financial conflict coming to you. I don't see any foreseeable reason you would financially benefit or suffer as a result of any vote on this.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, thank you for the report. This is so exciting to know that the explorers can finally, get somebody behind them to fundraise. And this is another event that we can look forward to. Question I have is, what is the entry fee for those who want to enter their vehicles?
Sure, it's going to be $30.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's a good price. All right,
yes,
thank you.
It is.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes, thanks for the presentation. With all that money coming in for the fees, what are some of the expenses that you see happening for this type of an event?
The primary expenses are the bathrooms and the wash stations that we're going to have to put throughout the event. We don't want our attendees to have to walk all the way to the pier. So there will be a set of restrooms as well as handicap accessible restrooms in parking lots C, and along with the wash station, as well as in parking lot B. And then we'll have additional wash stations next to the food vendor area. So that will cost us money. Other than that, there are just small incidental expenses.
So is this a total volunteer event for everybody who's supervising it?
Yes, so there will be no police, quote, overtime used for this event. There will be police reserve officers, as well as any officers that want to participate in support of the Explore program. They will be volunteering their time. You may see uniform officers there, but those would be your typical patrol officers that stop by and visit the event while they're on patrol.
So this would be part of the normal patrol?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Member Hernandez.
Yes, I had another question. Thank you. I forgot I wrote this down earlier. I noticed under the agreement on G4, it says the applicant shall reimburse the city for all costs relating to the provision of providing city services to the event. So are there any costs that the explorers are going to incur and have to reimburse the city for?
No, so I believe because we're a 501c3, the fees are waived by the city. We believe this event will actually bring revenue into the city because all of those visiting the car show will have to pay for parking in parking lots A and E, as well as F, as well as the additional revenue coming into Surfside Seafood. And so I don't expect any unexpected expenses to the city, such as trash. The normal trash cans out there will accommodate us. And so we don't see any additional expenses being incurred by the city as a result of this event.
Or being passed on to the Explorer group?
Correct.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you.
Any other questions for our Chief of Police, Andrew Salinas? Okay. Staff, do you have any other comments to make? Actually, I was supposed to ask it, are there any public comments submitted regarding this matter?
No, sir.
Okay. Any other comments from staff? If there's no further discussion, we will close the public hearing, the time being 7:32. We have before us a recommendation. The recommendation is, at the conclusion of this public hearing, do the following: adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme deeming a temporary event exempt from California Environmental Quality Act and conditionally approving special use permit number 14-21, Port Hueneme Police Department and Police Explorers Car Show and Fundraising Event located at 550 East Surfside Drive and Ocean View Drive. And authorize the Director of Community Development to file a notice of exemption for the project in accordance with provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. May I have a motion?
Move to approve.
And I will second the motion. Madam Clerk, could we take a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
and Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. And I'm really proud of the fact that we have a vibrant Police Explorers program. It's awesome to have different alternatives for youth because youth have different interests. And I love the fact that your program is full of enthusiastic kids, and that's great.
Thank you,
Item
sir.
number 9, ordinance amending or superseding ordinance 727 and 734, establishing caps on commercial cannabis. The hearing is now opened at 7:34 p.m. Do any members of the council have any conflicts to disclose? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do we have a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Will staff please present the report at this time? And I believe City Attorney Kevin Spalding will be the one giving the report.
Thank you, Mayor Gama, and good evening, Honorable Council. So this item was agendized or came back as a result of a public workshop on smoking, as well as Chief Salinas's agenda item to discuss significant oversaturation under the Bureau of Cannabis Control regulations. A general background of this is that in 1996, we can all remember the state of California began to undergo the process to legalize commercial cannabis within the state. Where this culminated was the Control, Regulate, and Tax Adult Use of Marijuana Act, otherwise known as the AUMA. Central to the enactment of the AUMA was this kind of balance that was struck between the state and local agencies that allowed local agencies to retain significant land use authority over commercial cannabis operations within their localities. And so all of this was codified within Business and Professions Code dealing with cannabis. And so in keeping with this authority, the city of Port Hueneme enacted Ordinance 727 in 2017, which then allowed medicinal cannabis operations throughout the city. And then following the AUMA's passage, the city enacted Ordinance 734 later that same year, and that expanded cannabis operations to commercial adult sales and uses. And so while the Bureau of Cannabis Control has promulgated regulations concerning cannabis activity, commercial cannabis activity specifically, they have a recommended guideline for density and whatnot. And the city has opted in Ordinance 727 and 734 to let the market dictate the number of sustainable commercial cannabis retailers within the city. As we've seen, the market has not course corrected at this time. Cannabis is fairly well above the saturation limit or regulation that the Bureau of Cannabis Control has identified. And we don't really see any signs of stopping. And so in essence, the council asked me to come back with an ordinance that would establish caps that we think are workable within the city. And this ordinance is a direct result of collaboration between Chief Salinas and the Community Development Director, Tony Stewart, and myself. And so what this ordinance does is it caps the number of retail cannabis dispensaries at not more than 12 at any given time. Also, there would be no more than 6 approved delivery-only cannabis businesses within the city, which would mean that there would be a total of 18 delivery businesses, considering that all retail cannabis dispensaries are also licensed for delivery. So 12 plus 6 would be 18. In addition, there would be not more than 10 manufacturing businesses and not more than 8 distribution businesses under this new ordinance. And the way that we kind of got around, or that we address the due process concerns, is that this ordinance allows commercial cannabis businesses who have submitted a completed application for our certificate of approval by the effective date of the ordinance to continue along this process. So the effective date of this ordinance will be 31 days post final adoption. So only those entities that have a complete application for approval going forward for a certificate of approval would be allowed to complete this process all the way through to completion and open up their business. Anybody who has not submitted a completed application would not be allowed until those numbers for whatever business they seek to open fall below the standards identified in the ordinance. So for example, if there are 14 retail cannabis dispensaries in the city currently operating, no one would be allowed to submit a new application after the date of this ordinance's effective date until that number was reduced to 11. So considerably, it would prevent continued oversaturation and would in essence grandfather in businesses that already exist as of the time of this ordinance. Notwithstanding just the cap and density issues, the proposed ordinance also addresses several housekeeping issues that have come up since 2017, since we've gotten a little bit wiser as to how the cannabis industry operates within the city. One is that we need a new implementing resolution. The implementing resolution has a few holes in it, or a few things that we didn't foresee. And so this ordinance addresses a new implementing resolution, which will be forthcoming to this council. And one of the things that we seek to address is any transfers in interest in established and approved commercial cannabis businesses, or changes in location that would be governed by a new CUP or new series of discretionary entitlements with the city. Second, the proposed ordinance clarifies the necessary entitlements prior to operation of any cannabis business to avoid confusion. There was some confusion at some point that a certificate of approval was all that was necessary to operate a cannabis business. That is not the case. There are numerous other entitlements, including conditional use permits and development agreements and certificates of occupancy that are required prior to any business operation. This ordinance makes that very clear and provides enforcement authority for any businesses that decide to open up before they've actually secured all the necessary entitlements to begin doing that. And so with that, we hope to close some of these holes and bring forth an implementing resolution that addresses things like transferring any sale or interest in the business or changing the physical location of the business that's already licensed within the city. And of course, give the city attorney and the city enforcement authority to basically abate illegal activities and public nuisances that may arise through violations of this ordinance. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions for our city attorney?
There weren't any caps on the micro businesses, were there?
Not in this ordinance, and perhaps community development can help me out with that. At this time, I don't believe that there are very many. I think there's one maybe in the pipeline, but it's not something that was of immediate concern to anybody within community development or Chief Salinas for that nature.
Yes, this is Tony Stewart. Yeah, so we only have actually 2 approved and 1 in the pipeline. And so we didn't find that there were going to be too many other applications coming in to make a micro business a concern.
Can you clarify what a micro business is versus a dispensary? Are they one and of the same, or is it related to delivery?
So delivery is actually considered a retail use, as is the dispensary. The way the state regulates or defines a micro business, it has to be 3 distinct types of cannabis businesses combined into one location. So depending on where in the city they're located, for instance, the Tradecraft facility, which is in the commercial zone, has the retail dispensary. They also have cultivation, and then they have ancillary distribution. Over in the industrial area where Red Mule will be going, they'll have, for instance, if they come through with the process, primarily manufacturing with distribution, and then ancillary retail. So they've got 3 different components, basically, each of these businesses, which is the minimum that they have to have in order to be considered a micro business.
Thank you. So how many micro businesses will this ordinance allow?
Currently, again, there's no cap on it. But at the same time, a micro business is going to require quite a bit of room. Again, they're either going to need to have room for manufacturing and or cultivation. And physically, we just don't have many locations left that could accommodate that. So at this point, we're looking at probably having no more than 3 micro businesses, the 3 that we have in the process right now.
And I'm sorry, but can a micro business be confused with manufacturing?
It can be a manufacturing business can be a component of a micro business. But again, they have to have 2 other components to be considered a micro business. They can't just be standalone manufacturing. That would be just, again, a manufacturing type of cannabis business.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, I see your hand is up.
Sure. Thank you for the report. What is a distribution center? I as opposed to all of these different things. I think I understand manufacturing, but what is a distribution center? Is that like an Amazon of cannabis, or?
In a way, yes. It's a specific state license that would come through. Tony, if I didn't mean to cut you off, if you want to add.
No, that's fine. It's just basically, without going into all the details, excuse me, it's very heavily regulated by the state. And what it is in a nutshell is it's the cannabis entity that takes the cultivated product and then basically gets it ready for or the manufactured product and gets it ready to be shipped over to the dispensary, the retail outlet. It can be in-house or it can be a standalone facility. With all of our for instance, all of our dispensaries right now, There are distribution facilities outside the city who basically take in the manufactured and or cultivated products from wherever they are coming from, say from Humboldt, or if they're coming from down in the thermal area, and they basically get them ready for shipping to our dispensaries, again, in compliance with state laws, which are very restrictive.
So I guess, right, it's kind of like an Amazon. Now, my other question was on this complete application. I know we've run into situations where somebody turned in what they thought was a complete application, and it turned out it wasn't done completely. And so it was denied. If there's an application that someone turns in that's not completely completed and then it's denied, in the past, we've given them another chance. Would this ordinance say you do it right the first time or you don't get a second chance?
For those entities that are trying to come in before the effective date, it would be imperative to come in as complete as possible. I mean, obviously, there's a distinction between having a reasonable belief that you've submitted a completed application and being woefully deficient, which is I think what you're referring to in the past, where that matter has come back before council. That matter was not necessarily a failure to submit a completed application. That was an appeal from a denial, and the denial was issued based on the inability to actually complete an application. And so the city council opted to give that person another shot at doing that. And so when we say completed application, obviously there will be some wiggle room for good faith efforts and compliance. A harsh equitable rule usually benefits no one. But it would certainly be, these are not just submitting some half-hearted application in order to beat the deadline. They would need to be significantly complete and trying to remember substantially compliant with the ordinance.
So by the time, if this ordinance is passed, it's not going to, when would the effective date be? And you mentioned it earlier.
It would be 31 days following June 21st. Okay,
so is there any kind of, protection, when there's a deadline like that? What if we get like an onslaught of completed applications?
I think these applications are far more robust than your understanding. It would be, somebody would already have to be halfway working through it now to meet that deadline. These are significant applications with multiple security plans and things that have to be thoroughly vetted, and they're not small packages. I don't foresee there'd be a major rush. And if there was, I sincerely doubt they would be able to submit a completed application by that time.
And I see like a total of like 10 manufacturing. Now, obviously we don't have the existing space for that now, but if the manufacturing business is lucrative to somebody, could they not reconvert something that's an existing business for something else? I'll just throw it out. Like say, for example, manufacturing, they decide, well, make a good deal for Ralph's and say, we want to buy this out, Ralph's store out, and make a manufacturing business, because when all the dollars and cents come down, we can make a lot of money, and there isn't any other existing facility. Or perhaps like the old Mary's Market. I guess that would be a pretty big facility for manufacturing. They could tie into that. I'm just trying to think of all the available space out there. And if, whether or not, that with 10 of them, I mean, I can imagine 10 manufacturing outlets, which I can't imagine now because there's not that space. But if it's lucrative enough, they just buy up things that were used for something else before.
I suppose it's possible. Tony will know more about the development standards based on that and the zoning issues that go on. My understanding is that manufacturing requires a significant amount of space, and there's just simply not. And I believe it's limited to the industrial zones, so I don't believe there's that many opportunities without a zoning change to actually do it.
That's correct, Kevin. Anything that's zoned commercial cannot have manufacturing in it without a zone change and going through the Coastal Commission. And when we came up with the original ordinances, and what we're keeping here as well as the implementing ordinance resolutions past and future, we did not want to go through that process with the Coastal Commission. So we basically kept the manufacturing in the manufacturing or the industrial zone because there would be an allowed use and we wouldn't have to change any of the zoning ordinance.
So where are manufacturing zones right now in Port Hueneme?
They're a small area, basically, along Surfside, along the east side of Surfside and south of Port Hueneme Road.
And that's the only manufacturing zone in the entire city?
That's correct.
And if, and I'll just throw it, like Mary's Market is considered a commercial zone?
Yes, it is.
So if a manufacturing group came over, they'd have to get a zone change to be able to do manufacturing at Mary's Market.
That is correct.
And well, take it to it. If all of a sudden we decided, yeah, we want to change that to a manufacturing zone, the council could do that.
It would, yes, in a nutshell, they could. However, again, it's a complicated process, which would require a zone change, a general plan amendment. And as you may be aware, with regard to our general plan update now, we're not considering that site for manufacturing. And then it would, again, require Coastal Commission approval as well. So it's a complicated process.
Yeah, I'm just, because I remember a few years back, you know, they were going to convert the Public Works building into a manufacturing facility. And I don't know whether that was a zone change or whether that was because it was a city facility and it got obviously was going to be converted into a manufacturing zone.
That is zoned industrial, so it would allow manufacturing uses today.
Okay.
Councilmember Hernandez, do you have any questions?
No, I was just going to make a motion to approve the staff report.
Before you do that, I have a couple comments and a question to make. So currently we have, but best of my count, 7 dispensaries. Is that correct?
Well,
12.
Well,
Tony, I'll defer to you on the total number. I don't have that offhand.
It's either 7 or 8 in operation right now.
Okay.
And we have several applications in the process.
How many is several?
I believe it would be 4. It would take us up to the cap that is being recommended here this evening.
So the cap is being driven by the number of applications in play right now?
I'll defer to Kevin on that one, but I believe the answer would, the thought process on that is yes, because these applications are fairly far along in the process.
Yeah, so
yeah,
my only concern is that with Oxnard, Ventura coming online, we're going to see further saturation, and it's all coming rather right on the heels of these new applications that are in process. So, you know, I just want to be in a position to where we, as a city, are supporting the dispensaries that have been up and running now for 2 years, 2+ years. And yeah, I just think we might be a little late to this, but and then the other thing is, it just doesn't seem realistic that we would ever have 10 manufacturing businesses in the city of Port Hueneme, considering that the city of Oxnard has probably hundreds and thousands of empty industrial space, tilt-up buildings ready to go, and we just don't have, I mean, we don't have hardly any space available. So just wonder if that's not really a realistic number, but so how did that 10 manufacturing businesses come about when I'm not sure if we even have 10 suitable locations?
I'm gonna let Tony answer that question. Tony has a better insight into the answer that you're looking for there.
Well, yes and no. Again, it's looking at the existing facilities that we have in the industrial area, and it looked like we could have up to 10 maximum out there. Whether or not we ever achieve that is another question. Some of these manufacturing uses don't need to be too large, but again, there are potentially spaces and or interest in allowing for up to that much as a maximum. So that's why we looked at that.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, is your hand still up or?
No, again, that just seems to be an oversaturation if we're going to put 10 businesses along Surfside, right across from a park and right across from the beach. I have a concern about that.
So are you asking for the number to be reduced then? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, certainly. I think that I may have to kind of with the rules, I may have to kind of like abstain from voting because that's right next to my neighborhood and 2 or 3 other neighborhoods.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, if you are financially conflicted by being within 1,000 feet of these locations, then you may not participate in discussion at all under the Political Reform Act.
So I'm not sure how financially, what the term financially would be, but
if it's within 1,000 feet of your residence, it is presumed to have a material financial effect.
Okay. Then I think I probably should abstain since I'm within that area.
And you may want to stay out of the discussion as well, as far as what I just understood. So my idea was to have a moratorium as of this date. That I was hoping that was going to be one of our alternatives here, but it sounds like to me that in effect, if we were to issue a moratorium, then clearly the applications in progress right now would have to be allowed to continue on. And so, so 12 retail cannabis dispensaries is there if these 4 applications get processed, approved, and make it all the way through the end of the process. And then I've always been confused about Red Mule because they were, quote, going to be the premier manufacturer, and they've been trying to become a manufacturer now for 3 years, maybe longer. And then they changed and wanted to have retail there. So
oh, you copy for that tick.
Just a little confusing as to how far along we are, and I guess what I'm trying to say is it would have been a lot easier to have a cap initially, and so now we're going to, if we approve this, then the cap is going to be set at 12, and then we're going to let the market decide who survives. So my concern is trying to support the businesses that took a chance with the city of Port Hueneme and have been in business. We know who they are. They've been here. They've been working hard. And with all this other activity in surrounding cities, it looks like it could get even tougher on them. And then we're going to allow 4 more dispensaries to come in to even make it a little more tougher. So we find ourselves at this juncture, and it is what it is. And so I was wondering why we didn't have an additional alternative to whatever it is you're recommending to us. But now I understand, because we have pending applications and we can't throw them out with the bathwater.
Well, also in addition, Mayor Gama, the moratorium on land use, we don't meet the criteria, which was discussed at numerous other council meetings. In essence, we don't have an imminent threat to public health, safety, or welfare, which is the only way we can justify a moratorium on land use. It's not like tomorrow people are going to die, which is really what is required of the city before they can do an emergency ordinance and impose a land use moratorium.
Right, but you look around, you look at Thousand Oaks, Ojai, Oxnard, Ventura, Oxnard being the outlier, approving 15 dispensaries, where the other cities have taken a more cautious approach in the number of dispensaries. So it's just, we just find ourselves in this position, and it is what it is. So any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a question for Kevin. So my company, Locally Maps, does marketing, and I've been planning on doing marketing with dispensaries. Does that mean that I should also abstain from voting?
It depends on the foreseeability of any material financial benefit. Ultimately, if you believe that there is a remote chance or a foreseeable chance that you will benefit financially or be hurt financially from this decision, it really becomes important that you guys identify your conflicts at the beginning. Not only state the reason for the conflict, but do not participate, and you are required to leave the meeting. I mean, stand down from the dais. So the only time that is different is when we're talking about consent items, but here we're in a public hearing. And so without being able to look at your financials and without being able to do this analysis right on the spot, it's hard for me to gauge that. Ultimately, also, if you remember your AB 1234 training, which I provided, you may not rely on my advice on the Political Reform Act. It will not insulate you. There is no defense of reliance on counsel. So if you want additional input on that, I'm happy to review it prior to the meeting, provided I have ample time, but otherwise you need an opinion from the FPPC on ethics issues. And so I'm doing what I can here, but none of this was brought to my attention prior to the meeting. And I don't know your personal financial situation. My advice to you is that if it feels iffy or shady at all, do not participate and recuse yourself. That's my advice.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't think it's shady, and I don't think it makes a difference. But I mean, I was just thinking about it, So I appreciate it, Kevin. Okay. Thank you for being honest.
Another question.
Go ahead.
Meaning, let's vote.
Oh, sir, may I interject? 2 things. I have 2 public comments pertaining to this item that I'd like to read if appropriate at this time. And
yeah, that's the next step. Does staff have any further comments?
I do not, Mayor Gama.
Okay, at this time, we'll read the public comments.
Thank you, sir. The first comment was received from Beth Thuna, and it reads, Dear Mayor Gama, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, City Council and staff. I'm writing today to support item number 9 on the agenda, capping the number of cannabis dispensaries in the city of Port Hueneme. As many of you know, HPC was the first dispensary to receive a certificate of approval in 2017 as a medical-only dispensary, and one of the first in the state to receive a temporary state license from the Bureau of Cannabis Control. Port Hueneme's neighboring cities are opening for cannabis businesses. Ventura is going to begin accepting dispensary applications next month, and the city of Oxnard accepted over 50 applications in their recent process and approved 16 dispensaries to open, many of which will open before the end of this year. HPC was one of the top scoring applicants in Oxnard and intends to open a dispensary there in the near future. We love Port Hueneme, but we felt we had to apply in Oxnard because of the concentration of dispensaries in Port Hueneme. And it's not just the number of stores, but also their proximity to one another. As an example, in the next few months, HPC could be competing with 7 stores, both delivery and storefront retailers within 600 feet of its location. To put that into perspective, that means that there will be 1 cannabis retailer for every 1,200 city residents. For comparison, the state limits the number of liquor stores to 1 for every 2,500 residents within the county. Ventura County currently has 14.6 stores for every 100,000 residents. We hope the council approves the action tonight on this item and suggests the city also consider limiting the distance between stores. We thank you for your time and sincerely appreciate your consideration. Signed, Beth Thuna. The second comment was received from Marcus Thuna, and it reads, Dear esteemed City Council, I'm writing tonight to voice my support for limiting the transfers of interest in existing dispensaries, which prevents the proper vetting and review of experienced operators in the city. Thank you, Marcus Thuna. And I'd also like to remind anybody who does plan to abstain or recuse themselves that we can place you in a waiting room. You will need to exit the room if you do plan to abstain.
Okay. Yeah, I plan to abstain. Christy, if you can put me in the waiting room.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Christy.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, you're muted, sir. We didn't hear any of that.
I say now that I know where the actual manufacturing zones are, it appears that I'm too close. I live too close to those, so I should abstain from that.
Thank you, sir. We'll place you in a waiting room.
You know, I just have a comment. I noticed that smoke shops are popping up in the city of Port Hueneme. In fact, a smoke shop opened on Hueneme Road near the museum. There's a smoke shop on the corner of Pleasant Valley and Ventura Road. There's a smoke shop by they seem to be popping up near dispensaries. And I think I have an idea as to what may be going on, but I'll leave that to others to determine. But you know, we heard from the kids of Hueneme High School, the future leaders of vaping, and you know, I don't think we as a council get advised or even know when a smoke shop is coming into town. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Excuse me, Mayor Gama, that vaping and smoke shops are not appropriate to discuss under this item. This is relating to the cannabis ordinance. I understand that they seem closely related, but for purposes of the Brown Act, I don't believe that the agenda notice was sufficient to give the people a reasonable opportunity to comment on that.
Okay, well, all right. Thank you for that. Staff has any further comments?
None from me, Mayor Gama.
If there are no further discussion, we will close the public hearing, the time being 8:09 p.m. We have before us a recommendation. Recommendation is introduced for first reading, waiving reading on the full text and ordinance of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, amending Article 3 of the Municipal Code to supersede ordinances 727 and 734, which comprise Chapter 12, to implement various laws of the State of California by allowing medicinal and non-municipal and/or commercial cannabis facilities within the city, subject to the regulatory parameters that protect health, safety, and welfare. May I have a motion?
You have one.
Oh, yeah, you have one. Sorry.
I made a motion earlier, a little late, a little too early in the discussion, but you have a motion. I'll make it again. I move to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, can we take a roll call vote of the three remaining council members?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Motion passes, 3 approving and 2 abstaining.
Thank you. Can you bring back our colleagues, please? Miss them. Is Councilmember Martinez and Mayor Pro Tem Rollins back with us?
I am.
All right. See ya. We're moving on. Business items. Number 10. Annual assessments for assessment district number 87-1, assessment district number 91-1, and assessment district number 95-3. Will staff present the report? I believe Director Villafana will be joining us. There he is. Nice to hear.
Good evening, Mayor Gama, City Council. You have 3 resolutions before you tonight, and this is something that we do every year. There are 3 assessment districts, and we're asking that you adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme declaring the intent to order the levy and collection of the assessments for the Lighting Maintenance Assessment District number 87-1 for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme declaring its intent to order the levy and collection of assessments for the Parkway and Median District number 91-1 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022. And the third resolution, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme declaring its intent to order the levy and collection of assessments for the Port Hueneme Drainage Maintenance Assessment District number 95-3 for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022. We have 3 assessment districts. The Lighting Assessment District was formed in 1988, and it's for maintaining public lighting facilities located within the public right-of-way. And the assessment this year, we had our revenue was $122,511, and our total expenses were $161,220, and that deficit is made up of $38,710 is covered by the general fund. The Parkway and Median Maintenance Assessment District, District number 91-01, our total revenues were $178,813. Our total expenses were $222,926, which left a deficit of $44,113. And that is covered by the general fund. However, that $43,193 is for work orders for vehicle and equipment use. The general fund charges the assessment district. The assessment district gets charged for the use of trucks and equipment. So that's where that number comes from. The Drainage and Maintenance District, District number 95-3, our total revenues were $185,049. Our total expenses were $286,320. However, we had a beginning balance that more than covers that. Our beginning balance was $865,000, and that was accumulated over the years where there was deferred maintenance. And the Drainage and Maintenance District covers the rec corridor and the Bubbling Springs area, and those funds are going to be used to finally clear a portion of the creek. So we're asking that again, as we do every year, that the council adopt these 3 resolutions so that we can move forward and collect these funds. Are there any questions?
Does not appear to be any questions. Last chance for questions or comments. I'll make a motion to approve. And thank you for reading the 3 items, Don.
Welcome.
Second.
Voice a little bit. Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call vote? I did hear a second.
Absolutely. Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 11, extension of economic development consultant contract, Kharis Navigating. Will staff please present the report?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. The item before you is to authorize me to extend a contract that currently exists for professional services with Steve Kenny and Kharis Navigating to provide economic development services under this agreement with a maximum $50,000 annual ceiling. Typically, services provided to date have averaged about $3,900 a month, dating back through 2017. Initially, 30% of that was recoverable for cannabis activities. It's decreased over time, with the cap going to decrease even further, down to about 10%. The services that Mr. Kenny provides are considered essential by staff for a variety of different reasons, as experience, expertise in property development, and the coordination of the cannabis businesses in terms of financial analysis has been indispensable over the course of the businesses here in Port Hueneme. In the past year, though, in addition to all of that, we have had a significant demand through our emergency council for economic recovery and support the local businesses, especially in the context without a functioning Chamber of Congress, no business district association or business fraternity of those sorts, no Rotary or equivalent to that. Mr. Kenny has stepped in under the guidance of the Emergency Council, Disaster Council, to provide outreach to all of our small businesses and other businesses, to include being a liaison with the county for grant applications, to advocate for Port Hueneme businesses in the grant application process, to set up kiosks and support directly at City Hall any business entity that needed help applying for any of the variety of different grants, either state, federal, or otherwise that exist, and then continue to support those businesses throughout the course of COVID to date. Today, he has been directed to help facilitate the next phase of economic development support and COVID recovery, to help council and staff consider a variety of different applications and allocations for the $5.2 million American Rescue Plan, which is a significant impact to our local business and our economy as we move forward. And as we move into the future, we have a specific strategic plan pillar, economic and fiscal excellence, where Mr. Kenny will be instrumental in helping us develop an economic development process and roadmap to secure the vision that is represented by that particular pillar. So my recommendation for the council is to approve this contract extension at that $50,000 limit. And pending your questions, that concludes my presentation.
Any questions of council?
Yes, I have one, couple.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Connors. Will, as part of his position, will he be coming back to the council to discuss various different options on how the money can be spent for the economic recovery? Will that be part of his role?
Yes, he is a facilitator. So the most important thing as we build out a collaboration between council and staff on what elements could be potentially considered is to verify one very important thing is that it meets the conditions and the guidelines associated with the federal Treasury guidelines. That notwithstanding, then the next thing that he has been doing and will continue to do is to assure that there are not other funding elements that satisfy a potential use of those designated American Rescue Plan funds. And then the third one is to identify the facilitation requirements for doing whatever allocation that the council and staff identify as potential candidates for this fund. For example, it's going to be beyond the staff capability to do a variety of different things, including managing a grant or loan program. And so he would be instrumental in negotiating third-party entities to fulfill those obligations to actually facilitate certain potential elements that are in that rescue plan. He will not decide what's on that list, but he will help facilitate the collaboration, the outreach with businesses, nonprofits, and the community, and assemble a list that the entire community and council would support.
And my second question to that would be, while this seems like a fairly large task, the economic recovery plan, are there any other priorities from a city management standpoint that you see that he will be emphasizing in the next year? Albeit we just discussed the fact that we're going to be limiting the cannabis operation, which was a big task within itself. Are there other kind of like, be it marching orders or priorities that you see in the future other than the economic recovery management?
Yeah, I think I briefly alluded to it, but coming out of COVID and the natural fixation on our local economy and surviving, the get well or the recovery phase is yet to begin. And considering the cannabis business as reaching a plateau or threshold, and fulfill the obligations of the strategic vision identified and presented by council, we need to shift gears and we need to create an active economic development program plan and a roadmap that's going to be aligned, correlated, and synchronized with those pillars and those strategic initiatives within that plan. So as we start to move away from COVID and the recovery, the shift is significantly going to turn towards a bona fide, comprehensive economic development plan and roadmap.
Any other questions or comments? I just have one comment. So I understand the COVID recovery, super important, and I know Mr. Kenny is the right guy for that job. But I also know that Mr. Kenny's been working with the city now for 4 or 5 years, and the eyesore of Mary's Market being empty, and we hear about economic development, and I was just wondering, can we elevate that center for something to happen, some alternatives? I mean, how do we're just not getting any interest. We had one interest and it failed. And so I'm just wondering, what goals do we have to deal with this side of town? Because as we know, that shopping center is a little wanting.
Well, it's premature at this stage and maybe out of scope for this particular item, but this economic development plan or program or roadmap would go from a more passive to active ingredients, which include a variety of different tools, items, and incentives to encourage and be a great place for businesses to be, and look to seek out opportunities within the city. So that's a general overview of it, but it will take a different approach than what the city's been doing in the past.
Has this been discussed, the economic development plan and the incentives that you're just talking about? Has this been discussed or will be discussed with all of the various center managers, owners? Are they included in this conversation at all? Do we know of their interest in it?
I'm not sure who you're talking about. This is only been discussed at the strategic plan rollout and approval. The ingredients of the plan have yet to be formalized, which would include a variety of different outreach and engagements and strategic partnerships. So that would all be part of the plan development.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Rollins, your hand is still up. Is that a new question? And you're muted. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to ask Mr. Steve Kenny about any of his goals that he has for this upcoming year?
Yes.
Like in terms of the city related, in terms of improvements or is that allowed? I'm asking the city.
It's allowed, but his scope is directed by staff, particularly me. So they should be closely aligned.
Right, Councilmember Martinez, it is allowed. I would encourage not to get into specifics on this matter, just because there may be people who would have wanted to comment on this and they weren't provided an opportunity by our agenda item. We run into a Brown Act issue.
Okay. Either way, I just wanted to hear like if he had any ideas, since he has a lot of expertise, I thought it'd be really nice for us to hear it.
Well, he will be coming back, right? Or you will be coming back to come up with some of these ideas. Am I correct? Mr. Connors?
Yeah, over time, we'll be back multiple visits to provide updates and seek guidance and direction from council.
Okay.
The next one is going to be the renaming task. He was been active in that, and he'll present that to council in the very near future.
Then I motion to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
I'm voting yes with reservations, and I'd like to get quarterly updates in the future, perhaps, so we know where we're going and what we're trying to accomplish. Thank you. We're going to move on now to item number 12. Hueneme Beach Festival Overview and Update. Chief Salinas.
Okay, let's get this started. Hueneme Beach Festival here. Okay, I was asked by council at the last council meeting to provide everyone with an update on the Hueneme Beach Festival, which is scheduled to be hosted by the city of city of Port Hueneme, as well as Reach on August 28th and 29th of this year from at Hueneme Beach Park from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. We expect about 10,000 people each day, which kind of puts us in the mega event status, but because that's 10,000 people throughout the day and actually not on location at any one point, I think we're going to be just fine. I have presented on this earlier, so I'm going to kind of go over this stuff real quick. The Hueneme Beach Festival will have live entertainment. We will have a sandcastle building contest. We have already spoken with Donna Breeze, who has agreed to take on this event. We have signed on Ruth Villa. She is the lady who's responsible for the Simi Valley Chalk Art Festival. She will actually be running our chalk art exhibition for us this year, which will be on Surfside Drive. So we're excited about that. We will have a VIP lagoon for some of our major sponsors and VIPs. We will have a main stage and a community stage for community acts. We'll have an arts and crafts aisle, a hang 10 fun zone, obviously food and drink, and a cannabis cove. So this is what our illustrative map looks like for the event. This is the draft map that'll be in everyone's program or a flyer when they actually show up, which will give them a map of the event along with the scheduled entertainment and a lot of the activities that'll be around the event itself. So this just kind of gives you a rough idea of how everything will be laid out between parking lots B and parking lot C and along Ocean View Drive. So when we talk about scheduled entertainment, we have several acts that we have already booked for the festival, which includes Ozo Motley, which is an American 6-piece band, primarily Latin, hip hop, and rock music. They are known both for their vocal activist viewpoints and a wide array of musical styles, which include salsa, jazz, funk, reggae. We also have Think, which is actually a supergroup of members from Pink Floyd, Jane's Addiction, the Kid Rock, as well as Fishbone. We have a new band called Diggin' Dirt, which is an 8-piece funk and soul powerhouse from Northern California and is quickly gaining the reputation as one of the finest live bands on the West Coast. We have Fausto Cuevas y La Moderna, and as you can see in the picture, he plays drums, percussions, and a host of other instruments, and Arise Roots, which is a reggae music band. So those are just some of the bigger acts, and we'll have other acts, community acts, that'll be on our community stage, and we'll be filling in between these larger acts. This is this is our website. This is the front page of our website that you'll see if you go on to www.huenemebeachfestival.org. As you see there, admission into the event is free and parking will be $10.
The dates are wrong.
Keith, the date's wrong.
Yes, so this is a screen capture from the earlier one. If you do go to the website, the dates are correct. I apologize for that. Good catch. And again, the dates are wrong on this one. It should say the 28th and 29th. But this is kind of what you'll see on our website when you go on there. You'll get all of the information you need, which includes being a vendor at the event, all the activities we plan on having, and what type of entertainment we plan on having at the event as well. Some of our big partners that have already signed on includes the From the Earth Foundation. They are actually paying for a majority of our entertainment as well as our stage. Safeport has signed on for our VIP Lagoon sponsor. HPC is our Sidewalk Chart exhibition sponsor. Freedom First and Viper Security are our security sponsor. They're paying to have their security on site, as well as Wheelhouse is sponsoring our sandcastle competition. What you do notice on here is we do not have a surfing competition. We have had to put that on hold as we try and kind of figure out how to put such an event together given the waves at that time of the year. And according to some of our, we'll call them leading experts, they suggested that we give a much larger lead time of about 6 months to coordinate such an event so we can get some of the bigger names out to the Hueneme Beach Festival.
What about the Community Development Fund? You have that on there, Chief.
The Community Benefit Fund, yes. Which
Yeah,
is
Community Benefit Fund.
And the City of Port Hueneme. where we have funding for that as well as through the REACH Foundation. And so here are some of our sponsors that have verbally committed or have already signed on. You can see here we have Chevrolet, Ford, all of our majority of our big dispensaries, the California Lottery, Budweiser, Geico, Pepsi, Chevron, the list goes on. So it's getting to become a very big event, and we have a lot of big sponsors already signed on. So we talked about it being an outdoor mega event, which the threshold is 10,000. And so we are going to be acting like we are at or above that threshold. So as a result, we'll have extra hand washing stations throughout the event. While masks will not be mandated, but recommended for anyone who has not been vaccinated. We are seeking a sponsor right now, probably a healthcare provider, to pay for travel size hand sanitizer upon our guests entering the event. We will be providing free disposable masks at all of our gate entrances, which we have 2. Our volunteer corps will be wiping down common areas on an hourly basis, and we will be posting all of this information online for our guests prior to their arrival so they know what our COVID guidelines are. So this is a glimpse of our poster, which is the Hueneme Beach Festival is back. There's still a lot of work to be done, but this is our draft poster, which a lot of our sponsors that you saw on the previous slide will be listed on here as well. But this kind of just gives you an idea of what it's going to look like. I know there was a question about youth activities or making youth the VIP of our event. So our chalk art exhibition, not only will we have professionals and aspiring artists as part of the event, it will also allow children to participate in the event. They will be provided a box of chalk at cost, and they will be allowed to help participate in making their own art or actually participating in the giant community mandala, which will be a part of the event as well. There'll be a youth division for our sandcastle building contest. There'll be community youth acts on our community stage, and of course our Hang 10 Fun Zone. So items of discussion for today, or that I'd like to offer to City Council, are hours of operation. There was an idea thrown around in regards to on Saturday night, allowing the event to be open till 10 p.m., which will allow people to come after work with their children or family to come and enjoy the rides till 10 p.m. just on Saturday night. Sunday would still close at 7. We do plan on having we'll say a county fair size Ferris wheel at the event. So it would be great to have the rides open during nighttime hours. There's also discussion about having a fireworks show on Saturday night off of the pier. But the only holdback there is actually finding a sponsor that will help fund this activity. We are still trying to coordinate event parking, and we're working with the Port of Hueneme to secure that. But that has not been solidified quite yet. So we may have to find other options. And then we actually have the California Department of Health who wants to be a sponsor and will be providing on-site vaccinations for those attending our event if they'd like to be vaccinated. And so we might actually work something in where we have some raffle prizes or some recognition for those that actually do on-site vaccinations. So with that, that concludes my presentation. This presentation does allow for actual discussion about the Hueneme Beach Festival. So if anyone wants to share any ideas or would like to discuss any of this, I'd be more than happy to.
Councilmember Hernandez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. So exciting that we finally get to have our festival back. Can you describe a little bit more about what the Hang 10 Fun Zone is about, what that includes?
Sure. So that is the, we decided to give all of our activities or areas a nautical theme, such as the Cannabis Cove and the Arts and Crafts Aisle. And so the Hang 10 Carnival Fun Zone will be comprised of a minimum of 10 to 15, we'll say, county fair type of rides. Because there aren't a lot of events this year, we actually have what we would call pick of the litter in terms of having what rides we want in this area. And so we have contracted to have a giant Ferris wheel on site for the event, as well as several other rides such as the, we'll call it the carpet slide, and jolly jumps, climbing walls, things of that nature.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chief. This is very exciting. Glad to see this happening. You may have already said, and I apologize, proceeds that we bring in, are they going to any specific organizations, any of our fund nonprofits?
So Reach is the beneficiary for this event because they are helping us coordinate the event. So we plan on kind of breaking even. So there's not going to be, because we don't charge any admission, there's not going to be a lot of money fundraised from this event. But if there is money left over, Reach will be the beneficiary, where a majority of that money will be redistributed back into the community.
And my second question is food, or even arts and crafts. Will any of our local businesses be allowed to come in and set up if they so choose, or are these for major only?
No, so we do have local food vendors participating, such as Carnitas El Brother, and absolutely, we'll also have food trucks. So we are looking for, just like I do with cannabis, our local food vendors first are given priority. And then I did want to add, in response to Councilwoman Laura Hernandez's question in regards to the fun zone, those rides will not be free. We'll be selling dollar tickets for the rides, and there'll be anywhere from 1 to 3 tickets per ride. I forgot to mention that.
I had one more question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rich.
Hold on.
No, actually,
Hold
it
on.
was just,
I think Misty, are you done? I'm sorry. Councilmember Perez, have any more questions?
I do not, thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
yeah, this was just a follow-up on the rides, is just from my past experience. Do we get a percentage of the revenue from the rides, or did
Yes, we do. We will be getting 25% back from all ride ticket sales.
Great.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Oh, thank you again, Mayor. Chief, I forgot to ask, what's the charge for the vendor booths if you want to rent a booth?
Ooh, that's a good question. I do know that it's not a lot. I know Marty is online here. Marty, do you know the answer to that question?
Who's Marty?
Marty Lieberman is our festival director. He's the gentleman that we are paying to help us coordinate this event.
Okay, that was going to be my other question. Okay.
Marty Lieberman has an extensive history with organizing such events, especially acquiring sponsorships. Marty's been tied to the California Strawberry Festival for nearly 20 years.
Oh, that's right.
As well as the Ventura County Fair.
Right.
You guys hear me?
There you go, Marty. Do you know the answer to that question in regards to the price for arts and crafts booth or food vendor booths?
Yeah, I do. For hello, everybody, by the way. Nice to be part of the meeting. Yeah, for commercial food booths, it's $750. If you're a nonprofit, it's $500. Arts and crafts are $200 for a space. And retail vendors, if they're selling items that are $50 or less, it's $300 a space.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez, any questions or comments? You're muted.
What is the Cannabis Cove?
Cannabis, that's a good question. So Cannabis Cove is going to be a 30 by 70 enclosed tent where our cannabis dispensaries, only those that are local, meaning so far we have Skunk Masters, HPC, Safeport, Wheelhouse, and Skunk Masters signed on, along with our cannabis sponsor of Lowell Farms. They are one of the largest cannabis distributors in the state of California. They all work, Lowell Farms works closely with all 5 of those dispensaries, and it will be a 21 and over area in this enclosed tent. They will be selling cannabis, but there will be no product in that tent. Once they leave the event, they will go across the street to the Ocean View Pavilion, where there'll be a cannabis fulfillment center, and they'll be acquiring their cannabis there after they leave the event.
So speaking for myself.
So to be clear, there will be no on-site consumption whatsoever, nor will there be any cannabis on-site whatsoever, as it is against BCC guidelines to be selling alcohol and cannabis in the same location.
But it'll be across the street.
Correct.
So just speaking for myself, this is catching me a little bit by surprise. So I'm not sure how the rest of the council feels, but also with regards to imaging, and I was under the impression that we were going to emphasize reach Hueneme Beach, and I don't see reach up here in the logo at all. So that's a little bit of a critique of mine, is we really are rallied around reach, recreation,
education, arts, culture in Hueneme.
Education, arts,
culture
in Hueneme. So I was hoping to have reach a little more prominently displayed, because I really think it's important for people to understand that reach is becoming, and hope to be, a bigger and bigger effective nonprofit in our city. And then I'm thinking about teenagers, and I know we talked before about a youth inspired event, and so I'm wondering about like teenagers. Could we have a tent where we have all the different organizations that are catering to teens, like Police Explorers, Sea Cadets, Junior Lifeguard, karate, the high school programs? I was hoping that we could kind of have a youth involvement type fair, a part of this this event. And then the VIP lounge, I'm not at all looking for a free meal. I don't think we should have a VIP tent for elected officials. I do think we should have a tent for our sponsors. Absolutely, they deserve to be taken care of during these 2 long days of hard work. But it just bothers me to think, and I know I could be the only one on this, but I just don't like the idea of having a VIP tent where council members could go in and get free food or whatever that's going to entail. I just think it's elitist, and frankly, I don't want any part of that. But again, that's my opinion, and I'll leave it at that.
I'll comment.
I had one additional comment.
Go ahead.
Okay, so is there any, I know I was listening to the fees, and we have a lot of local community groups that I think could highlight, kind of showpiece what they do, and also perhaps raise some funds. Like I'm thinking of like everything from the Friends of the Library to the little leagues to all these other different small groups that, you know, maybe $300 is a pretty big hit. And I know, and perhaps Mr. Lieberman, you have some experience. I know, like when I've gone to the Strawberry Festival, there's local small groups that like sell everything from little strawberry shortcakes and things like that. It seems like $300 is quite a high fee for these little nonprofits, especially locally based.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we're kind of using the model of the Strawberry Festival where we're now actively going after these nonprofit organizations within Port Hueneme and the Ventura County community at large to try to come in and take advantage of these. I mean, the $300 price is really, it's relatively affordable when you talk about how much money they're going to raise throughout the weekend by selling and keeping all the revenue that they bring about. I mean, so a lot of our food booths we think are going to end up being from nonprofits. That's the whole idea, that they can come in and secure a spot and give us a menu. We approve the menu. We make sure it's a balanced menu across all the various food stands. But we're encouraging all these nonprofit organizations, as many as we can find, to participate in this festival, whether it's being at a food booth, whether it's being, you know, we're gonna seek out a couple of them to work our alcohol stands. We want those to be run by a nonprofit organization, get some training. They'll be the ones on site selling the beer or the wine, depending on, you know, what we bring in, and we'll pay them a stipend for doing so. Just a little bit how we do it at the Strawberry Festival, because I'm involved with that event, as well as Andrew is, of course, and some other people that are working on this team. In fact, the person that's going out and getting vendors for me handles the vendors at the Strawberry Festival. So she's got that database and she's going after those same nonprofit community organizations to be involved in this event.
Yeah, well, I know I've been to the Strawberry Festival a number of years. I know that's a really large, I'm not sure how our fees compared to what they're there, but I know that, like, you know, there's a large volume of people that show up at the Strawberry Festival, and way more than the 10,000 we're hoping to get. And like, I don't know if the fees are for these local nonprofits are the same or quite a bit lower, or where we're at, just because of the crowds.
Yeah, they're lower, and we're actually getting good response. I mean, a lot of people have already sent in applications, and we don't think we're going to have a problem filling the numbers that we need to, you know, to populate the festival. So, and the 10,000 that Andrew mentioned, I think we're anticipating 10,000 per day. So we're talking 20,000 plus for the weekend. And it could be more, because, you know, we really don't know, because we're not charging admission. So we're not going to really know much about attendance until we get much closer. But there's such a pent up demand for people to be at community events, to be out, you know, amongst each other over this past 1.5 to 2 years of not doing so. And that's a free event. And the way we're going to promote it, we think we're going to get quite a turnout, which means these organizations that are setting up on site, nonprofits and whatever, selling food and items, I think are going to do pretty well and raise some good funds.
So Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, to further answer your question, applications from like Friends of the Library, Real Guppies, other local organizations, the Police Explorers as an example, will all be given a space or area, especially since they're from within our community. So we'll be making exceptions to organizations such as those.
Okay.
Another example would be the Hueneme OLA, the Hueneme Lifeguard Association.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The comment about REACH, I didn't know REACH was the beneficiary of the proceeds, any proceeds that you make as a result of this event. And if so, perhaps that can be placed somewhere in the program that proceeds go to REACH. And that way they can either, you know, get some recognition, or there'll be an opportunity to describe what REACH is about and what they do. But it would be nice to have that on the program if that's the case.
Absolutely. Everything I've presented thus far is just draft media. I mean, we're still about 3 months out. And so I wanted to give something visual to City Council.
Yeah.
So that will all be, whether it be in informational pamphlet when people arrive, or on the big screen when we advertise our sponsors, or even on our webpage. So
Okay.
absolutely 100% agree, as well as our poster for the event.
Okay, great,
Which will
great.
be shown on there as one of the hosting sponsors.
Yeah.
If I can jump in there for 1 second, if you go to the website right now, I'm looking at the homepage, and the first thing you see is the City of Point Hueneme and Reach Foundation presents, and then right in the middle of the homepage, the Reach logo and the City of Port Hueneme's logos on there talking about Reach is proud to co-present this. And then there's a separate page on the website under Information Center where we really profile Reach and what they're doing and who they are. So I think, you know, some of the graphics, I think if you go to the website, you'll really see how Reach is really being celebrated, and we're going to continue that throughout the marketing of this.
All right, that sounds great. And it sounds that if Chief Salinas, if you're going to be providing space for some of the youth programs at Real Guppies and the Explorers, and I'm not sure what other, the lifeguards, if you have them in a similar area, you'll basically accomplish what Mayor Gama is trying to accomplish in having an area for youth. I think that is a good solution.
Yes, absolutely agree.
So, yeah. Then as far as the VIP tent, you know, the VIP tent is interesting the way it's handled at the Banana Festival. You know, it's like some people can come in and some people cannot be allowed in unless you're there with somebody else. But as far as the Hueneme Beach Festival is concerned, I think that our reason, you know, it's not just for city council, it's for our sponsors and it's for other VIPs, but for the council members to be there is important because that's our opportunity to interact with the sponsors and to thank them and to acknowledge their contribution. It's not there for a free meal. I mean, when I go into those tents, I barely even eat anything, but I do interact and I do network. So I think for that purposes, the VIP tent is an important element of the festival.
Absolutely, and they're hoping to interact with you as well as some of the other dignitaries that come to the
right, like the Bard family. They need a place to sit down, and you know, they can't actually because of their age and whatever. And there might be other folks, you know, some of our key seniors, our leadership, past leadership.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes, I'd just like to say that I think everything we see here pretty much covers all the bases and everything that we could hope that a beach festival is going to include on, from our children to community members to all the people that are supporting this and helping to fund the cost of this, which is awesome because otherwise this would be pretty pricey on coming from our behalf. But so I think every element has been touched on here, and I appreciate that.
I agree.
Thank you. And it is thanks to our primarily our cannabis sponsors that are allowing us to keep this event admission free.
Yeah. The
question is there a possibility of having like a small volleyball tournament?
That is something. Absolutely. So not now, but for the upcoming years, especially as we renovate the beach, and I know volleyball courts are on the itinerary for refurbishment there. That would be a fantastic event. We've also considered cornhole and some other activities. But in this first year, I think we've got a lot of activities going on and we don't want to kind of overdo it quite yet.
Yeah, I think the important thing is for this to be uniquely Hueneme. And so we have, our city is very unique. And I would just like us all to, or the committee to focus on making this a uniquely Hueneme event. And I think the Reach Hueneme Beach Festival has a really nice ring to it. And I think it's really catchy. And And then the other part is, we had our youth involvement fair, and I think it was, 8 or 9, maybe 12 booths. And it would be really nice, because I'm just a little concerned about the teenagers. How do we connect with teenagers in the city of Port Hueneme? I want to make sure that we have items of interest for teenagers to glob onto and walk away with something positive that the Reach Hueneme Beach Festival brings to their lives. So that's about all I have to say. Anyone else have any comments or last questions? Richard, your hand is up.
Yeah, and somebody touched on it earlier. I like the concept as this is a beginning event. I look at, like, in years gone past when they had basically Harbor Days for Port Hueneme, where they had a series of events that revolved around perhaps the ultimate finish of the Reach Hueneme or the Hueneme Beach Festival. So, I look forward as we move forward, like, things like I heard the cornhole tournaments, the surf tournaments, the various different events that we can revolve around, so people can come down to our community throughout the entire month. Maybe not on those particular days, but like throughout, so that there's good reason for people to come to our community. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that one of the main purposes of Reach is to, hopefully we do make some money, because then that money then goes back into a variety of nonprofits for youth and adults within this community. So we're looking to make some money so that way we can give out more money. So I'm hoping it is a very big success. Thank you.
I just had one more comment to make on the title. I don't know if that's up for discussion, but people who've been around here for many years, who've enjoyed the Hueneme Beach Festival, are so used to it being called Hueneme Beach Festival. And because we haven't had it in so long, I think if we just keep with tradition, I think that'll serve us the best. So, because not everybody understands what Reach is, and a lot of people who are coming to this are from out of town. So I think let's just keep it simple. That would be my suggestion, and keep it traditional the way we've done it in the past.
We haven't done it, but the way it was done in the past, I guess. Any other comments or questions?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Mayor.
I said, this is our first one for all city council members here. So.
But the Hueneme Beach Festival's been done in the past.
I think has it been 5 years or since we've had one?
It'll be 6 years since 2015, I believe.
But most of what you hear from the public is, when you're going to bring the Hueneme Beach Festival back, when you're going to bring the Hueneme Beach Festival back. So people remember.
Well,
that's just what I'm saying.
It'd be nice down the road to remember Reach Hueneme Beach, but we're moving forward, and either way, we're going to have a Hueneme Beach Festival. So that's awesome, and I think we're all excited for that. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, your hand's still up. Do you have another comment or question?
No, I do not.
Councilmember Martinez, I don't see you. There you are. You good?
I'm good. Well, if it's okay with everyone, I motion to approve all of Chief Salinas' suggestions in terms of like the time and all the other things that they wanted to add. I think those are really good ideas.
I'll second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
And Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Just so I'm clear, was council okay with extending the hours of operation on Saturday night from 7 to 10? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all.
But the only caution I have on that is that it's not in the recommendation. So do we need to amend the motion or do we just leave it at that?
So we'll still need to come before council in terms of the special use permit for the actual festival. This was just to help garner ideas and let council know our progress on the event and kind of some of the, we'll call it housekeeping items like the hours of operation. So we'll be able to bring back something in greater detail, something that's a little more final in nature. It'll probably be the last meeting and actually probably the first meeting in August, because last meeting in July for Dark in August in terms of approval of the special use permit for this event.
Okay, moving on to item 13. Adoption of the Information Technology Master Plan. My understanding that Aaron Wiedemeyer is going to present on this topic. Are you ready, sir?
I am. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Item 13 here before you is the adoption of the Information Technology Master Plan. I'll be assisted by Roy Hernandez from Third Wave Corporation. He's the president, CEO, and founder of that organization. He has done most of the work for us in preparing this IT master plan. The recommendation is that the City Council adopt the resolution approving the City of Port Hueneme Information Technology Master Plan, the ITMP. In November of last year, Council approved the contract for Third Wave to perform this analysis. And with the help of staff across the organization, Roy has done an excellent job in providing a 5-year plan for the city to move forward in technology. Hopefully, with his help and this plan, the IT department can provide services that really provide what the city needs going forward as technology continues to increase and our use of technology continues to increase. We're hoping that we'll provide a large portion of efficiency within the organization by sponsoring some of these initiatives. Roy has a presentation that he will make to further describe the process that he used, some of the initiatives and the ordering of those initiatives. And with that, I will turn it over to Roy and let him run through his show so he can tell you all about the next 5 years in IT.
Very good. Thank you, Aaron. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I'm really pleased to be here tonight to present the findings and recommendations of the city's IT master plan. Do you have the PowerPoint up, Aaron, or should I bring it up?
Hopefully you can bring that up.
Okay, give me 1 second. I wasn't sure if you were controlling it or not.
No, Charles is actually running that show.
Roy, I've given you rights if you have the document.
Okay, I'll bring it up.
Hope it works.
It'll work. Let me, I need to share my screen. I need to accept it first. Can you see my screen?
There we go.
There you go. Very good. All right. Well, let's just get into it. Thank you very much, Charles. So this is our agenda for the evening. We'll talk about the goals and objectives of the IT master plan. We'll look at the approach as well as the findings and recommendations. And then we'll talk about the roadmap. And the roadmap is fundamentally the budget investment and the timeline. And we'll finish up talking about city and community benefits. So there's an old Chinese saying that says, if you don't know where you're going, any path will do. And the corollary to this in IT is if you don't know what your needs are, any system will do. And of course, that's a dangerous proposition because you may end up spending a significant amount of money on the wrong system, either because it doesn't meet the needs of the organization or because it does not provide the community services it was intended to provide. So the objective of an IT master plan is to determine what the requirements of the city are so we can determine the best path. So goals and objectives. So the objectives of the master plan, and some of these came from your solicitation document, is to connect technology, either the resources, innovation, initiatives to the city's core values and mission. Define a clear set of goals and guiding principles. And these principles are both for the IT organization as well as the city as a whole. To strategize priorities for implementing the IT master plan. And then finally, to serve as an effective framework for delivering IT services throughout the city. And throughout the city, again, here means the city organization as well as the community. All right, let's talk about our project approach. So we use a logical, what's called a waterfall methodology. And it's called the waterfall method because data from one phase informs the next. And data from both of those phases informs the final phase. It's a three-phase process. The discovery is basically what we, the things that we do to get a quick understanding of the IT landscape at the city. And so we look at information, we look at skill sets, the IT, the staff, and so forth. The requirements definition phase, this is really the heart of the project. And this is where we go out and do outreach both to staff and management and the IT organization to understand what their challenges are. And these are all documented. And again, both of these phases inform the strategy. So one of the aspects of our approach is the concept of no stone unturned. And by this we mean that our assessments are very comprehensive, very thorough, and very detailed. And in order to get the data that we need to do that, we embark upon a number of what we call participatory tasks. For example, on your project, we interviewed the leadership team, we had management interviews to understand their challenges. We had 4 focus groups with IT staff to understand infrastructure, hardware, software, and operation. We did an online survey for staff so that everybody had the opportunity to input into the project. And we had 35 responses, approximately 25% of the organization responded. We also had 19 half-day rapid workflow workshops. And this is where we gather, this is where we do the deepest dive to understand the city's requirements today and into the future. And we had 46 staff participate, and more than one of them participated in multiple workshops. So the participation level across the city was very good. These next set of files, this is some of the data that we collected in these tasks. This first one has to do with the management interviews. What we did is we tabulated all of the requirements mentioned across the board. And the 3 that came up the most was infrastructure and connectivity, a new ERP system, and the lack of city IT staff. So these were the top 3 items that were identified in the management interviews, along with others. This file here is a summation of the data collected in the IT focus groups. In the IT focus groups, we had 4 of them. The first one focused on infrastructure, then hardware, then software, and then the IT organization and its operations. And over here, you see a legend, and we have 3 colors. So challenges that are green, a green bar, indicate management challenges. Yellow is operational challenges. Operational challenges for IT is how the IT organization is run. And then technology are, this is what it says, technology, infrastructure, hardware, software. And if we take a high level view of this chart in these bars, the clear challenge here are management issues related to the IT organization itself, followed by infrastructure, which in this case are networks, Wi-Fi, et cetera. So this, again, this data is data that informs the final assessment and recommendations. The next couple of foils have to do with data that we gathered from staff. And in this particular case, we listed a series of IT services that any IT organization provides. And we asked your staff to rate how IT delivers these services. And generally speaking, Ongoing technical support and help desk, excellent and very good were the highest responses, followed with the implementation and purchasing. Areas for improvement include business process improvement, project management, and managing new technology. And these three items happen to be key as the city begins to roll out the IT master plan over the next 5 years. Because you are going to be dealing with change, you're going to be needing to manage projects, and hopefully each project will be preceded by some sort of business process analysis, either by the city or by the vendor. And these two questions, these were also from the staff findings, from the staff survey. The first one was, we asked staff to rate the overall condition of the information systems at the city for Hueneme. And generally speaking, you did really well. I mean, almost half of the respondents said very good, and more than a quarter said very good or excellent. So kudos to the IT staff. The other question that we asked staff is to rate the importance of providing online services to your community. And this one was pretty unanimous. I mean, almost 80% said very important, followed by important, and then somewhat important. So again, the perception from city staff is the ability to provide, well, the ability to deploy systems that can provide online services is very important. All right, this chart is not meant to be read. It's just a graphic, but it's an illustration of the half-day workshops that we held with staff. And these meetings went extremely well. What we see here, I'll just tell you what we see here. So this is a business process map related to utility billing. It's called an as-is process because this is what's currently happening today. And so we have the steps are these rectangles. Underneath we have participants and activities. Up above we have the documents and the software that's used to carry out this process. The little red numbers that you see on top of some of these rectangles, every one of those red numbers indicates a bottleneck, an inefficiency, or redundancy. So these are inhibitors to the effective and efficient execution of this work. And some of them directly impact customer service.
Mr. Hernandez, can I interrupt with one question?
Sure.
Can you go back 2 slides?
Yeah.
Okay, so in your opinion, is our IT system right now, is it needs improvement? Is it meeting expectations? Because we have a lot of challenges in our IT. And so I was wondering, like, more than half of our employees say it's good. Do you agree with that? Or what's your opinion on our current state of our IT program or infrastructure and the like?
Whoops, I'm sorry. To be candid, I think Aaron and Curtis are doing a miraculous job. To have staff, city staff, rate the overall conditions of your system with only 2 staff is remarkable. Now, if the response from city staff say that it's good or very good, which is the primary responses, we have to believe them. I do not believe they're lying. I also, they may not know, this may be a situation where what they have is what they're used to, and it's good. But I think this may be a little bit of that, and it may be a little bit of the fact that, and I truly do believe this, that Aaron and Curtis are doing an outstanding job.
No, I believe that too. But my question is more, what's the reality of our system? Is it wanting or is it adequate? And like, just when it comes to my email alone, we have to purge emails so that we don't get full up. I mean, I don't understand how that happens, but I do understand that it's tied to our IT system shortcomings.
Yeah, I agree, and we heard a lot about the IT and the email challenges. To answer your question a little bit more directly, you say, are we okay? I think there is a significant amount of room for improvement. And I think when we get to the initiatives, you'll begin to see, when we talk about initiatives, different types of initiatives, infrastructure, hardware, and software. I think you'll see that with the city, there's a lot of room for improvement in terms of your information system.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the.
No, it's fine. Thank you for the question. I was trying to figure, I maximized my PowerPoint presentation and I lost the Brady Bunch window at the top of my screen. So I was hoping to see who was asking the questions. But anyways, yeah, but thank you for the question. Very good question. So anyways, yeah, so in these workshops, we identified under this red banner all the challenges, and then the impacts for each one of these challenges, and then the solution for that particular process. In this case, the solution is a utility billing system. We developed a high-level functional technical specification. And at the end, we asked the question, if we implemented the system, what would the benefits be? So basically, we have a self-contained assessment of this process and this particular solution and what the benefits would be. And we use the impacts and benefits statement to build a compelling business case to justify, just to even see if there is a justification for this investment. So all that information from the focus groups, the interviews, the surveys, and the workshop is what forms and informs the final findings and recommendations. Okay. So the vision for the IT master plan is to provide a comprehensive roadmap. And when we say comprehensive, we mean all the city departments as well as your community. Okay. Utilizing proven state-of-the-practice information systems in the most strategic, innovative, cost-effective, and efficient manner possible. Okay. The second part of the vision statement is really that the plan has to address and be responsive to both sides of the coin, internal city operations, as well as providing services to your community. And in the times that we live in, resilience is also a very good thing. All right, so what we have here are the top, I think the top 10 recommendations, findings and recommendations that we identified. First and foremost, and this was the most important technology improvement mentioned across the board, is the outdated finance system. So our recommendation is to implement a contemporary, and these are called ERP systems, enterprise resource planning. And these can include finance and HR. In this recommendation, we're including finance and HR. But this could be also things like asset management, customer relationship management. There's a lot of things that this can include. And this project has been approved. Moving ahead with this project has been approved through a contract modification with Third Way. So we've started this conversation already. I should also note that about half of the business process assessment needed for this project were already paid for in the IT master plan. So we were able to leverage a good amount of information from the IT master plan project into the ERP project. So just for information. The benefits of the ERP will be staff time savings, enhanced data analytics, business process improvement, primarily because these systems all come with workflow automation built into them. And that's a very good thing. Improve business controls, fiscal analysis, and accuracy. The second item that we identified, and I think we may have done this more so than the organization, although it was mentioned, is just the insufficient level of IT resources in the IT organization. And our recommendation is to adequately resource the IT organization so that it can sustain the ITMP implementation, but also in the long term. Now, in this conversation, we mentioned 5 years a lot. We're going to talk about 5-year plan, 5-year investment. But the reality is this is a 5-year plan. The systems that we're talking about here, they're going to be around for 10 or 15 years. So when we talk about sustainability, what we're talking about is the ability for IT to support all of the initiatives that are identified in this document over the long term. And right now, that is untenable. That would not be possible. With 2 staff, you would not be able to support the plan. The benefits initially would be the successful implementation of the IT master plan. Long term would be the ability to sustain the strategy over 5 and 10 years, and possibly longer. All right. Third item, lack of IT governance. So governance is a process and a policy, okay? It basically says, we agree when we procure systems, we agree that we will follow this process. Now, you remember my opening statement says that if you don't know where you're going, any path will do. And the corollary is if you don't know what you need, any system will do. Well, the purpose of IT governance is to avoid buying the wrong system, either because it doesn't meet the requirements or because it doesn't match the city's enterprise architecture, which is basically your IT standard. And so this is an important thing. It's not technology, it's a policy and a process. So what we're recommending is the city adopt the IT governance process, policies and practices. And by the way, these were developed with the city management team. So we had a workshop with them. We talked about the way things are currently done or have been done. And then we identified and articulated a best practice for IT governance. And that's what we recommended in the study. The benefits, again, you ensure proper systems requirements, vetting and procurement, and the successful deployment, as well as the successful adoption and use by end users. There's nothing more ironic and to some ways unfortunate going through developing a project for the implementation of a system, and you invest the money and you deploy it, and then staff don't use it. And in our practice, we see this every day. Even today, with all the body of knowledge that exists on how to vet a system and how to articulate the requirements, even today, we see this. A year ago, I'm not going to say the city, but a year ago, we did a project with the IT manager and the clerk about a agenda management system. They didn't talk to anybody. They didn't have meetings, requirements, user meetings. They invested $200,000, and when it came in, nobody used it. A year later, they're having to replace it. So that's what IT governance is: the ability to meet with end users, understand their needs, articulate them, vet them, and then procure. Okay, limited email space. To the earlier question, this came up a lot. This came up in the focus groups, in the staff survey, in the management interviews. This came up everywhere, in every instance. And there's a number of things that can be done, but probably the most efficient is to implement cloud-based email system, so that you're not relying on the space on your servers. Many vendors who provide posted email, provide a tremendous amount of space right out of the gate to begin with. On top of that, you can buy more. So we believe this might be a solution. In fact, this is a solution to your current situation. The benefits: you can address your growing email challenges, as well as allowing staff to work remotely. I think there's a question. Someone's got a raised hand.
Yes, Mr. Hernandez.
Yes.
In terms of the cloud-based email, would the G Suite, Google's G Suite, would that be an option for our city?
Great question. Okay, let's talk about that. Gmail, the answer is yes. The direct answer to the question is yes. The answer to the question is beyond yes, though. In government, at least today, this may change. I think the pandemic may end up changing this. But today, most city government agencies do not use Gmail, and they do not use the Google Suite, because they already have Excel, and they have most government agencies are Microsoft shops, and they have the Microsoft Suite, which has Outlook. That's not to say that you couldn't, but one of the considerations that needs to be taken into, one of the things that needs to be taken into consideration is to assess what the full level of effort would be to implement a different architecture into the city's software suite. And I think just based on my experience, and we've been doing this for 33 years, working with about 300 cities. There's nothing that says you couldn't do it, but I think there's so much momentum in the use of other products like Microsoft Suite that's what keeps it from happening. The answer to your question, you can do it. And it's a good question, because we are actually starting to see different cities do that. But it's very, very rare. But the answer is yes, you can. Technically, the answer is yes. Operationally, that's something you need to look at.
All right, thank you.
Does that answer your question? Okay. All right, end of life, the water agency network switches and SCADA. Again, not a big project, but an important one. So, you know, many of the systems in the current network are basically out of date. I mean, they're not upgraded, they're old. And so what we're recommending here is to upgrade the SCADA system, the network, the switches, et cetera, for the water agency, water authority. The benefits is going to be improved testing, control of water quality, and I guess indirectly, you know, service to the community by providing, you know, water that's high quality. So this is a fairly straightforward initiative. The next one is the outdated police systems and record connectivity. This is another you know, high visibility, important initiative. And what we're recommending is that the radio system be upgraded with PD dispatch and dispatch, and that the council systems, basically the whole system, be upgraded. And again, benefits here are improved resilience and public safety. All right, now this item number 7 includes many things. And to the question, the very good question asked at the beginning, you know, how, you know, what is the state of the city systems, and how can we grade them? How can staff grade them? Is very good. This is kind of my answer. I think the rating what you have is very good. I don't think the question rated, you know, and maybe next time we'll reword it a little bit. Maybe we'll have another question that says rate what you have today and rate what you have today against what you need. And maybe the answer might be a little different. But I think this question underscores, you know, underscores the answer that I think you were asking. There are a number of departments that either have outdated software or just lack the software. They have nothing. And so in this recommendation, we are recommending the city update or implement new software. And there's a number of them. I just listed 4 key ones here: development permitting, parks and recs, facilities maintenance, and fleet management. There are others, but these are the ones that came up the most. And all of these have to do in some way with facilities and asset management, which are high dollar activities. And one of the benefits, and we didn't articulate it here, but one of the benefits, besides improved operations and service delivery, is cost effectiveness in maintenance operations through you know, not only scheduled maintenance, but planned maintenance and preventive maintenance. There was a question. Someone had a question?
Yeah, and maybe you included, I focused in on the Parks and Rec. Is part of your assessment that as far as program registration for various different programs that the city might develop in the future? It's come to my knowledge that we have nothing like that in this particular city, while most cities that I've been involved in, they have some kind of a computer registration program.
Absolutely. I could be wrong, but if I remember the conversation with your department head, your Parks and Recs department head, I think this is correct. I think the scenario today is that everything is basically done manually. And then when folks register their kids or themselves, they register at the park, but then they're sent to City Hall to make the payment. And
yeah, that's similar to what we did in the 70s and the 60s.
Exactly. That's really old school. And so anyways, yes, to answer your question, yes, that's what we're talking about. And again, so, you know, our department satisfied? Well, I think end users are satisfied with the IT7. But I think there's certainly a bit amount of room for improvement. Is there, Richard? Pardon me if I call you by your first name, but I can't see your last name. Mr. Rollins.
Yeah, that was my question. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. All right, very good. So the next one's lack of geographic information system use. So the city does have GIS, and like many small cities, it's not being leveraged fully. And GIS, or geographic information systems, I mean, I could be simplistic and call it a mapping tool, but it really isn't. It's much, much more than a mapping tool. It's actually a database system. But GIS is used, if you look at the figure on the left, you typically have a base map of the city streets and so forth. And then on top of that, although this is backwards, but on top of that, you can have a layer for, infrastructure, a layer for streetlights, one for painting, one for street paving, pavement management. So you use a base map, and then you use what are called coverages to illustrate different types of information. For example, you could use GIS to delineate the different council areas, as an example. So GIS is a very powerful tool. It can be used not only internally, but it can be used by the public. So if the public wants to get information on certain things and they need it graphically or in the form of a map, you can also build applications that are public facing. So again, it's a very powerful tool. It's not being fully utilized at the city, and there is a need for it. We actually had a workshop on it, and there was a good amount of need identified in that workshop. So we're recommending that the city carry out a GIS assessment. And the reason we're recommending an assessment as opposed to upgrading software or buying more software is, as an enterprise tool, GIS, you really need to understand, and we took a first cut at it. So we determine what's needed and who needs it, and what kind of data they need. That's as far as we can go in this project. But you really need to understand a little deeper cut on the data and requirements, and then specifically what kind of software is tailored to the needs. Because GIS is not a software, it's a number of different modules and capabilities. So we're recommending that a citywide GIS assessment be done to determine that. And the other thing is you can't implement GIS at the same time across the entire city. You have to do by department by department. So if nothing else, you need to determine which departments need GIS the most, which is going to be most beneficial to the city and the community. And so you need to develop a sort of implementation plan. The benefits would be as a GIS as a tool is fantastic for planning, and by any or most of the organizations and departments in the city. You'll have improved use and access to spatial data by the city and the community. Next, this one came up a lot. The fact that the city lacks an enterprise content management system. In the old days, we used to call them electronic document management systems. And it changed around 2000, the word changed to enterprise content management. And the reason the title changed is because before we used to think of these systems as managing paper or electronic documents or scanned documents. But today, these systems store electronic documents, digital photographs, digital recording, and digital video. And the last three are not documents. Thus, the term enterprise content management. And this is a fundamental tool that really, this is what we call a contemporary tool. This is one of the fundamental tools that a city needs, any organization needs, to get away from working in a hard copy format, storing paper, having filing cabinets, boxes and warehouses. All that goes away when you implement a content management system. So again, this is another enterprise system. Every department can use it and benefit from it. So here, again, like with GIS, you need to develop an implementation roadmap. First of all, you need to understand which departments need what software, because these are modules. Some departments just may need scanning, some might need e-forms, e-signatures, workflow automation. There's different capabilities. So not everybody's going to need everything, nor should you buy everything for everyone. That would be expensive. So you want to do a study or assessment to determine who needs exactly what. And before you do anything, you have to develop a filing structure, which is what the word taxonomy means. So basically, these things need to be addressed before you do anything. And the benefits would be, once you implement the system, would be easy, fast, intuitive access to documents and content. And these systems, because they are enterprise, are accessible across the city. And if you want to make some of these documents accessible to the public, you can. And this can be beneficial, like for public records requests, or when someone wants to see a document. Instead of calling, public works or economic development, they can just go on the internet and pull up the documents themselves. So it does save staff time. And then finally, disaster recovery and business continuity. The city does have a disaster recovery business continuity plan, but it's informal and has never been tested. So our recommendation was to adopt policies and processes and procedures for disaster recovery. This is, there's more to it than this, but following that, we also recommended that once you have it, that you test it at least once a year to make sure that it'll work the same. So basically the benefits here are timely resumption of services, protect city data assets, and again, resilience, the fact that you can recover from some sort of disaster. Any questions, anybody? Okay. So, yeah. None? Okay.
Well,
all right, so let's start. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you at the end of your presentation? Or
No, we're almost there.
Can we, so this is a big plan.
It is.
Very
Yes.
big plan. And I'm trying to count up all the different aspects to this, and it kind of is giving me, when we tried to do our capital improvements and we had 91 projects, and it seems like there might be more than 90 specific areas of software upgrades. And so how do you manage such a large project?
Okay. You know, in a previous life, I was an architect, and my mother used to ask me, and I came from Northern California, got my degrees at Berkeley, and she would ask me, you know, how is it possible that, you know, that these gigantic skyscrapers can be built? For a while, I was designing skyscrapers in San Francisco. And she couldn't comprehend, you know, they're so huge. They're so huge. How can you possibly build such a thing? And my answer to her was one step at a time. You know, and A, and B, I used to tell her, there's a process. You know, there's a way to do it. So, in fact, I'm going to get into that right now. Your question actually is a good question. It's a good lead into this section. I'm almost done with the PowerPoint though. Let me see if I can answer your question, okay? So we didn't come up with 60 or more initiatives. That's the good news. But we did come up with a few. And one of the things that you have to do, regardless of the numbers, we have to prioritize them because they can't all be done at one time. Even if you had all the money in the world, you couldn't do them at one time. It would disrupt the city. So what we do is we take each initiative and we evaluate it based on these 6 criteria. Business needs as identified in all the tasks in the project, improve productivity, customer service, cost savings, revenue generation, and resilience. And we assign weighted scores, and we do a first cut, and then that prioritization is revisited at least 3 times in this phase of the project. Whoops. Okay, here, let me go to this slide. And I'll go back to the other one. So what we do, and I think there was something like, I want to say 30 or 40 initiatives. I don't have the number memorized. But what we do is we prioritize those initiatives, and then we spread them out over 5 years. And that's what you see here. These are the 5 years. Okay? So you don't attempt to do it all at once. You have 5 years to do it. And in fact, if you need 6, you can use 6. There's nothing magic about the number 5. This is a plan. It's not cast in concrete. But we do prioritize them, either because of the need or because somebody's have interrelationships and they have dependencies. So if you do something here, you may have to do something else here. You can see that the ERP is at the top of the list here. It's got the highest priority rating. But so we prioritize them, spread them out over 5 years. We also, at the same time, we can spread out the investment. And the first column that you see here is the cost of the system. And then in subsequent years, the numbers that you see here, this is the cost of software maintenance. So when we do our estimates, and these are not price quotes, these are estimates. When we do them, we include one-time software costs, ongoing software maintenance costs, hardware costs, and professional services. And I see there's a hand. Yes, Ms. Kharis.
Yeah, so I saw on the 3rd year that the police RMS upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you think that the police infrastructure needs to be in the more of a priority?
Well, it
because
depends.
ours is very low on the. We're very well behind, so that's kind of important to us, given that we have our own police department.
Sure, absolutely. So here's the thing. So it's not just a system by itself. And I'll give you an example of that point. So here we have an ERP, okay? The Enterprise Resource Planning, which is finance and HR. This system here, which we have embarked on, the requirements is going to take about 4 to 5 months. Let's say the procurement, let's say 4 months, maybe 3 months, who knows? The procurement process, and this is really going to be left up to the city, could take 3 or 4 months. The implementation is going to take 10 to 12 months for the city of your size. This system alone here is going to require the heavy involvement of IT, finance, HR, and any person in any department that works on the budget. Okay. So this system by itself is going to put a load on the city operations and staff. Not all operations, but certainly on staff. So anything that you see here that's got this ongoing software cost, these are significant projects, let's say. So now we could move that up a year, and that's really up to you. But it won't be year one, and not because it can't, but because you don't have the resources to do it. And when I say resources, I mean IT stuff.
And Roy, if I might make a comment in addition to that, for the current enterprise CAD, which is the dispatching portion of it, we are already in the process of upgrading that. That new system should go live probably in August. And then the records management portion of it is a follow-on that the vendor doesn't even have a solution that we can go to immediately anyways.
Okay.
Are already in the process of upgrading the dispatch system, and then the record portion of it will follow on as the vendor brings on their technology as well.
Okay.
So the third one was that what I saw? I briefly saw it, like skimmed past me really quickly. That was for the record management. That wasn't
records
for
management is the item that's there in
RMS is records management system. Yeah. There's a lot of consideration. None of these items appear in any one of these years, kind of flippantly, but we just didn't lightheartedly say, hey, let's just, fill in the boxes. In fact, I would tell you that to get to this list, we went through 3 or 4 different iterations for a number of reasons. So now again, this is a plan. Plans can change. Sometimes internal things happen that affect the sequence. Sometimes external things happen, like a pandemic, or whatever, a natural disaster. I mean, there's things that affect us. But to the best of all the data that we have, we believe that this is the most reasonable approach. That doesn't mean that some of these can't change or should change. Okay?
Now, do these include increase in staff? Will that be necessary as well?
Yeah, we'll address that in a minute. Yeah, actually, that's next. We'll address it in a minute. If we can we hold off on that one for a minute? The answer is yes.
Okay.
Let me go back to this chart because this preceded the one I just showed you. I just wanted to show you how we had prioritized the initiative. But in this particular case, this is a summation of the data contained in the subsequent FOIL. It just presents it in a little different format, more graphical. But if you look at here, we've color-coded the investments into hardware, software maintenance, and professional services. So you can see the relative level of investment in any one of these different areas. And you can see here that in year one, this number is really high. And this is high because the ERP system is a big system. It's the biggest system any city will ever deploy. And you can see it drops off. The software maintenance, you can see it picks up on year 2 and then it grows steadily. Because as you implement more systems, you're going to have more software maintenance. The software costs, again, you can see the big, we call this the investment bubble. The investment bubble here is high for software and then it levels out. And then hardware, there really wasn't a lot of hardware required for your 5-year plan. So, but anyways, this breaks out the different types of budget items. Okay. So then we take those prioritized investments, those initiatives, and we lay them out over a 5-year plan. And we then assign a duration to each. And these durations are based on our experience. We've written RFPs and we've implemented every technology on this list. Third Wave has implemented or integrated in over 33 years. So we have a really good idea of what it takes to deploy them. For example, this long line right here, this is the ERP system. It's going to take 10 to 12 months to deploy. But anyways, we do an estimate of how long it would take to deploy the system. And then you see here in front of the dark colored bar is a light colored bar. And these light colored bars here indicate the need to either do requirements definition, so you can buy the system, so you buy the right system, or a solicitation phase. And this is important. So a schedule like this is important because it lets the departments know when their project may be starting and be executed. But it's also a planning document for IT so that they know how to allocate their resources. And it's also a planning document for your purchasing agent, which I understand you don't have one. And so as a planning document, one of the questions that needs to be asked here is, who's going to write 8 RFPs in year 1? And you need to know that. So and if you had a purchasing agent, that would be a question you would ask them. So this, as a timeline, this is important because it tells you basically, it's a look ahead of what's coming so people can plan accordingly. Oh, you know what? We did not address staffing in this presentation. And Aaron, I don't know, maybe on your computer you can look up what we recommended. But to answer, I thought we had a slide on resources. That we are recommending that the city's IT department be enhanced. If you were referring to IT staff, we are recommending that. And I don't have the chart here in front of me, but we are recommending a variety of skill sets to sustain the implementation plan. And some of it is an application specialist and a business analyst. I'm kind of hemming and hawing. Aaron, was it like 6 positions over 5 years? Do you remember?
You just send over the positions for the council members. It's on page 17 of attachment number 3, the IT master plan roadmap.
Okay. And what does it stipulate?
So we have first year a network administrator and a business process analysis added. Mm-hmm. Year 2, we do a database administrator and senior app specialist. And then year 3, we complete with a second application specialist and a project manager. Okay.
So let me explain the application specialist. So you're going to be coming in with several new systems, 20 or so, and someone's going to have to support them. And right now, that would go way beyond Aaron and Curtis's ability to support 20 additional applications over the next 5 years. Simply from a knowledge-based standpoint, just becoming familiar with 20 new systems, it's untenable. And so that's what those two. The project manager, the proposed project manager, that is something that Aaron actually raised to me. He asked me the question of these positions, can any of these be outsourced? And the answer is yes. You can outsource the project management of projects. You can outsource the development of RFPs. You can even outsource the support of some of your servers. So there are things that can be supported. Where it gets tricky is where you have a variety of software. And I mean, like for engineering and finance and economic development, parks and recs. It's very difficult to find one company that can support all the software that any city has, even a small one like yours. It's systems, the Microsoft Office suite, project management, business process analysis. All those things can be outsourced, and you can vend them. Did somebody have a question? Yeah, I thought I saw a question. Anyways, did that answer the question regarding resources? Yes, no?
So ideally, to do this program, it's going to cost $4 or $5 million the first year.
Okay, I'll go back to that. Yep, 3.7. That's the budget estimate. It's not a price point, correct?
So let me make a comment at this point. we don't even have a budget for the upcoming year. And I'm wondering how in the world are we going to authorize nearly $4 million expenditure when we don't have a budget? And I do understand like how this is a very comprehensive plan that's addressing all the needs, a wish list. And I mean, it's overwhelming. I'm completely overwhelmed right now.
Okay.
Trying to figure out where to start, what's the budget. You know, I mean, this is a big ask, and having trouble. I'm wondering how we're gonna be able to. I mean, it's so much in such a little time and such a big expenditure. I'm having trouble getting to the end of this when we're supposed to vote and approve a plan. So that's my comment.
Mayor Gama, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I believe this is very similar to the Parks and Recs master plan, where we're not saying that we're gonna do and implement all of these suggestions. I think we're just gonna technically approve, you know, all of. I guess I acknowledge the suggestions. Correct, City Manager? Am I right?
Yeah, you have to read under the report, fiscal impact. It describes the budget approval process. It's on page 2 of the staff report.
So year one has a $3.7 million investment. And year one, I imagine, is beginning July 1.
Yeah, but under my understanding, we still have to approve each of these, right? We're not just saying we're approving them all right now.
We're approving the plan, but the budget allocations will be submitted over the course of the.
I thought the question was for our city manager.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Martinez. Yeah, you're approving a plan. You're not approving a budget. So the budget process will be using this and exploiting this document to identify priorities and a CIP program that will be integrated with a variety of different and integrated priorities for capital improvement. And that budget will be developed based on what is available in each one of our funding mechanisms, our general fund and our enterprise funds. So these costs will be allocated to the various different things. So this is what we will use as our seed stock to develop a capital improvement program integrated with all the other capital projects we've identified as needs for the city.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, your hand is up.
I think City Manager Connor has kind of relieved my concerns in that I know that we have a variety of different needs within the community, and this is obviously a very vital part of it, but how it all fits in budget-wise, I think it's clear that, you know, we're going to be equating this with all the other different needs to come up with the budget. We're not approving $3 million, $4 million today. Okay.
Well, there's some other good news components of this. There are items on this list, ERP being one of them, that was already in a prior budget. So you can already discount 1.1 million because it's been approved in a prior budget in that first year. So there's other pieces that have already been approved in different budget years. So there's this is just a comprehensive summary of what should be in a budget, and some of these items have already been budgeted. So it's not as bad or as bleak as you would, from your first reaction, approach this brief and document by.
So, Mr. City Manager, so I'm kind of having flashbacks on the capital improvements plan that we approved, and then come to find out we were ill-prepared to execute all 91 projects which were approved, which many of which still haven't even been executed yet. So I'm just trying to understand it. This kind of seems similar in nature, although I appreciate the fact that, because I do recall like some of the things are already, we've approved. So.
Yeah, there's each project and including these, some of these are not as challenging in terms of execution, construction projects and vendors and all those kind of things. So each project has a different dynamic when it comes to integrating into a comprehensive list of projects. And yeah, and we have executed most of those projects, but in this next build for our CIP, we have to also take in consideration what we can execute simultaneously and how we lay that over a 2-year or 3-year or 4-year or 5-year capital plan.
Sorry, Mr. Hernandez, we interrupted your presentation.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's quite okay. You know, if I might say something just to add to the conversation, just a couple of things for your consideration. So when we do a plan like this, we do not go in with any preconceived notions or even preconceived solutions. Although we obviously know what the best practices are in technology today and even coming down the pipe. So what we do is we take an objective look at your organization and the needs and the services you provide your community. And based on the data we collect, and I've gone through that, we then come up with a list. You know, we can call them needs, wish lists, whatever you prefer. So the initial value of something like this is, number one, is it allows you to see what the city needs. And again, in answer to the question that was asked earlier, you know, are the city systems up, you know, are they up to par? Are they where you need to be? The answer was no. And we can see it's no, because we can see right here, you need a lot of things. But this doesn't mean that, again, that this is cast in concrete. Just to give you an illustration, about a year ago, right after the pandemic started, we had just completed a project like this for another deep city down south. And it was a 5-year plan, and their tax revenues really, you know, they went off a cliff. And right after we presented, about a week or two after we presented to council. And so the city came back to me and they said, hey, Roy, you know, we've done our budget analysis and we're not going to have money to pull this off. Can we make this a 6 or 7-year plan? You know, again, to provide more flexibility and more latitude, more fiscal latitude to the plan. And I said, absolutely. And the reason I use that example is that once you have a plan, to the city managers, point here a minute ago, is you can use these initiatives and you can drop them in any way that you think is appropriate to fit with your capital plan. In other words, you know, there's nothing magic about 5 years. But the good news is that you have data here, you have a model here, both a implementation model and a budget model. And if you wanted to make this 6 years instead of 5 or 7 years, in the case of the city, I gave them back 2 scenarios. I gave the 5-year that we had, I gave them a 6-year scenario and a 7-year scenario, because they had no idea how bad the pandemic was going to be. So the good thing about strategic planning, or just a plan in itself, is that you can see, you know, the things that the city requires. How you do these, you know, ultimately that's going to be up to either your CIP process or your budget process, the state of the economy. I mean, there's other factors that are going to influence this. So that's all I would like to say with regards to, you know, being overwhelmed and the bottom line dollars. The good news is you have a list of initiatives, they've been prioritized, and you can do this in the most responsible, I'll say responsible way possible for the city. So for what it's worth. All right, so last slide. So this is a sizable, a formidable investment. For a city of your size, we would agree with that. I think, to get back to one of the questions asked earlier, you are a small city. Your IT team is doing a fantastic job. But that doesn't negate the fact that you do need a number of systems. More importantly, as a small city, you know, it's kind of ironic, and it's kind of ironic that the smaller you are, the more benefit information systems can have. You can do more with less. and you can work more efficiently. There's a lot of benefits. So the benefits that you see here, these benefits, this is not our opinion. This data came by taking all of the 19 rapid workflow business process workshop data. They were half-day workshops, so we gathered a tremendous amount of data. And we compiled all the benefits that would be gained by adopting the plan. And we identified, now here are 15. We listed 15 here, but there was actually 50 types. So this list keeps going down to 50. There were 50 types of benefits for a total of 409 benefits identified if this plan were to be adopted. And again, as far as implementation goes, that's really up to the city. But this is what the data shows. And if we cut this down to its essence, and we say, we're not going to look at the top 50 benefits or the top 25, but we just look at the top 5 benefits as being the most significant: staff time savings, business process improvement, customer service, data analytics, and reduced errors. So based on our experience, and again, we've been doing this for 33 years and we've done 160 of these projects for cities. To us, this represents a very strong, compelling business case. Particularly staff time savings, because when you're a small city and you don't have an overabundance of staff, the use of the existing staff resources that you have is really critical. So business process improvement, this typically means streamlining, which means the same number of people can process more work. It also means you can service more customers in the same amount of time with the same amount of resources. So these are in customer service. So these are all things that would indicate to us that there is a compelling business case to implement or at least adopt the plan and perhaps consider later on how you go about funding it. Okay. And there's other benefits. We call this a compelling business case. I can assure you, not every plan that we do looks this way. So yours does, and it's a good one. Okay. So next steps. So what we are recommending is that the city adopt and the council adopt the 5-year master plan, and that the city fund as much of year 1 as possible. And the biggest project in year 1 is the new ERP. It's about a third of the total budget. That, moreover, we recommend that the city review and refresh the plan at the end of year 1 for a number of reasons. Number 1, to see how you did. Number 2, to do a performance measurement assessment. And number 3, just to determine if the plan needs to be adjusted. Things change. So, and then finally, in terms of next steps, to begin resourcing the IT team with whatever way you think is most appropriate, and then that you proceed with the high priority initiatives and low-hanging fruit. And there are a number of low-hanging fruit that have very minimal costs associated with them. So I saw 2 hands go up. We can address your questions. We're done. So I'll open it up. I'll be delighted to take any questions you have.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for your very comprehensive presentation. That's a lot to cover in the period of time that you had. I think this plan is excellent. I think it's sorely needed. The benefits are just outweigh, I think will eventually in the long term outweigh the costs because of the increased efficiencies that we will achieve. During our strategic planning session, we agreed that we wanted to excel and be a high performance city. And this is how we're going to get there. Customer service, I think, is important here. I think the customer service benefits are so valuable. And not only that, but the morale, this employee morale will also change, I expect, because people will be able to do their jobs and be able to do it with efficiencies and to do their jobs better. Yes, exactly. So thank you for that. I wanted to ask you about whether or not there was any consideration given to increasing capacity for data ports, power outlets, charging stations in any of the classrooms or training rooms that we have.
No, there was not, and maybe there should have been. That topic, what department would be responsible for that?
I guess facilities.
Okay.
I don't know. That'd be a
Yeah.
question. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. Typically, in a study like this, we look at primarily information systems. And I use the word information systems differently than information technologies. Information technology really denotes products. Systems indicates technology, process, and people. So but typically our focus is on those three things. Facilities, power, and things like that. We typically do not address unless it's power related to a data center. And then if it's an issue, then we address it. But typically facilities, we don't address.
Okay.
It sounds like a great issue, though.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to city manager some more about it. But it's really in the event you need a room for another purpose. Like a training room or a conference room or a classroom, and you need to put a lot of people in there to work on an activity or during an emergency. It's good to have that room already set up so that people can plug into their computers and charge their phones or do whatever they need to operate. And that's resiliency right there. If we can't operate in a certain room, certain location, we want to go somewhere else. We'll know that the location will support our activities.
Yeah, what I would say to that, Council Hernandez, Councilmember Hernandez, I think had it been brought up, we probably would have addressed it, because the point that you just brought up, which is disaster preparedness and facilities and access to facilities and communications, all those things fall under that same category. And we've done projects where that has come up, and I'm just thinking about it, and I'm thinking in terms of disaster preparedness and emergency response.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, and that's where we've heard that requirement before. It's just in this project didn't come up.
Okay, but I'd ask the city manager and a chief of police to maybe consider that for maybe one or two key conference rooms that we have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Sure, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Well, first of all, Mr. Hernandez, I want to thank you for such a comprehensive report on this. I know that's the direction we're going to need to move in the future. I had a question, like, from your past experience for a city of our size and a budget and kind of a complexity, how does this compare to other cities of our size and our complexity? I mean, it's definitely comprehensive.
Yeah, a lot of times when we start these projects, your question is right on the money, and I get asked this all the time. A lot of times when we start a project like this, the project manager or the city manager, the finance director or the CIO will ask me, Hernandez, based on the city of our size and just what you've seen, what do you think that budget, the 5-year budget, is going to be? we typically haven't done any homework. We haven't had the first meeting and people start asking, what do you think we're going to need? And I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember Johnny Carson and the role that he used to play called Karnak. And Karnak, for you young people, was the routine that Johnny Carson used to do, where he had he was like, I guess he had ESP, and he had a guy come out, give him an envelope. Yeah, there you go. And he would take the envelope, put it to his forehead, and he would answer the question, and then he would open the envelope. And so I call that playing Karnak. And we actually did a project here in Denver. I was asked that, and I said, I don't know, 4,500,000. Now it's off by 100,000. It was a very small city. And I had meetings with the department heads, and I just kind of got a feel for the organization. I also read their budget. But here's the deal, to answer your question more directly. For a city of your size, based on the, if you had asked me that when we came in and I looked at, the first thing we do is we get an IT inventory, which Aaron was kind enough to provide very quickly. If you had asked me that when I read that system inventory, I would have guessed for a city of your size, $1 million a year, which was $5 million. And that's based on 33 years of, again, doing 160 cities, like, 160 studies like this. Because based on my experience in small city, first of all, only, when you have a small number of people, they cannot use that much technology. There's only so much they can use. Typically, small cities have small IT departments as well, so there's only so much they can support. Now, the fact that yours, if you had asked me, I would have said $5 million a year, $5 million. Now, the number came in at 8 point, whatever it is, 5 years. So it's a little higher than I would have guessed. And I think the reason it is high is because you do need several things. Now, do you have to buy them all in 5 years? Maybe not. You know, we have to live in the reality. We have to, you know, like my mother used to say, we have to live in fiscal reality. You know, all of us have more stuff than we need than we can afford to get. And that's just the reality. And this is why having a strategic plan for a small city is really important, because you're not the city of LA. You don't have, you know, 1,000 IT staff, or the city of Sacramento has got 140 IT staff. You know, you're not that. And so we need to put this into context. And I appreciate the comment. I think that Mr. Mayor Gama made, that he was overwhelmed, and I understand that, because something like this for a small city is overwhelming. But I would repeat to you that you don't have to do it in one bite. You know, you can spread it out. You can fund it accordingly as your budgets allow. But at least you know what you need. So yeah, to answer your question, I think it's the amount of money that we're talking is higher than I would have expected. And having done the assessment, I understand why.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
No, you answered my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I have a question for the city manager. So we recently had a Parks and Rec master plan, very similar to what this is, but this is dealing with IT. And there was a couple things in the Parks and Rec master plan that many of us were like, well, I don't know about that. So for example, we all know that our parks are in very poor shape.
Mm-hmm.
We know that. And getting them to be in good shape costs money.
Mm-hmm.
So we all agree that our IT infrastructure is in poor shape.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's what I was trying to get at earlier. I know that Aaron and Curtis do a wonderful job. They're great technicians. They're always there when we need help, but there's only 2 of them. And so how do we balance those needs? Because we've been complaining about the parks for a couple of years now, and they're still wanting. And we have a Parks and Rec master plan that we've yet to execute on. So to the city manager, I'm trying to weigh, how do we prioritize IT versus the Parks and Recs master plan? Or any of the other capital improvement projects that are going to be coming. And then the other complicating factor is that, at least with this IT master plan, we have the enterprise funds. As I was reading through this big complicated report, there's a lot of areas that overlap in the enterprise funds. And I saw one about vehicle maintenance. And a couple years ago, when we first came on council, we got into this new vehicle fleet management system or plan. And then I see an area in here dedicated to fleet maintenance, preventive maintenance, and stuff like that. So I'm just trying to understand, how are we going to wade through and begin to prioritize not only the IT master plan, but the Parks and Recs master plan? How do we, Mr. City Manager, how do you recommend we balance those priorities?
Well, and again, great question and difficult question, because you have so many competing factors, but it all starts out with a plan, not unlike we have for parks, not unlike we have for IT, not unlike we have for water. And then identifying the criticality of each of those items in terms of providing the services that we're required to do as a city. And then we break those things down in subcomponents. And so ultimately, you develop an integrated priority list of all these competing factions based on a variety of different factors. But some of those factors may even include things like, if we do this now, that will improve efficiency, so we can reduce this, and then we can have a revenue benefit for future years. So there's it all comes down to taking all of those little pieces and then building and integrating that in along a guideline, or Roy alluded to. Today, for example, we issued council members a way to prioritize items in that park master plan, because obviously we can't buy all of it at the same time. So we have to make choices on what we fund first and how much. And then we'll merge that with the IT and water and wastewater and all these enterprise infrastructure stuff. So it's a process, and we're moving along that process. And we'll get into more details as we start to build this capital plan over what I like to do is 10 years. It's only been like a 2-year thing from now, but now we have enough input, like subject matter input from these 2 planning activities and a strategic plan to really build a longer range capital budget.
Yeah, but if we vote this, approve this tonight, are we taking away from improving our parks? I mean, that's the question in my mind.
Well, you're not necessarily taking away from anything. You're finding a way to merge and integrate these in a logical way that gives you the benefits of both competing, I guess, objectives. And we'll work through that process. But I think we'll be able to fulfill all those objectives in a very pragmatic, rational way that delivers on both these 2 seemingly desperate focus areas, IT and parks, but they really are supportive of one another in a variety of different ways. So I think you'll be happy when we start to do this.
No, I'll be even happier when the parks are and the fields are great and kids are out there playing and not tripping and breaking legs or tripping over gopher holes. I mean, so that's my issue right now is like how, I mean, because we haven't put any numbers to parks improvement as far as I can recall, but.
And if I might, Mayor Gama, related to that, if you didn't know what was in this plan and you didn't know what was coming down the pike or what was needed, how would you balance what you want to spend on the parks and what you want to spend on IT? And maybe your decision is that IT doesn't matter as much as parks, and so now you have tools to make that decision in not in a vacuum. And honestly, from the IT standpoint, I couldn't present you previously a plan because I didn't have a plan. I didn't know what was coming most of the time. I was strictly reactive, and it's not a situation that IT can be in, unfortunately, to have no plan on what we're doing.
Right, and so, for example, I don't know whether it's true or not, but my understanding is that we don't have enough capacity to keep all the data that we're generating from the cameras at the pier or camera in Miranda Park. I don't even know if that's true or not.
I don't know that we are recording the data actively from Miranda Park currently. We don't have that in the plan. It's in the future plan to include.
We don't have that capability right now, right? Is that true?
That's my understanding, correct.
Right, so, you know, again, I'm having flashbacks to our capital improvement plan. We went out there and installed camera systems, but we don't have the means to back it up.
And in part, and that's a very typical result of a lack of a plan. We didn't have a plan. Right. We didn't know that was coming. So we could not create a storage location to ingest all that data. We didn't have an internet connection that matches that to be able to ingest that data because we didn't have a plan. We didn't know what was coming.
Well, again, so then you're making my point from my reluctance here right now is that, you know, we've been sold on other projects, and then, you know, here tonight we're, I don't know, for the first time being told, well, you know, we didn't have a plan. And it's not a take on you, but we didn't have the infrastructure to back up that system that we put in. And that's, again, that's learn as you go, I guess.
May I say something?
Just to Mr. Hernandez's point is, these things are sequenced. So you do the things you need to do first before you can do the other things that depend on what you did earlier. And that's what's important about this particular roadmap and master plan.
Yeah. If I can say something real quick, fund as you go. I miss Mr. Gam. I miss what you said, but basically plan as you go or do as you go is not a good formula for IT systems, precisely for what you just said. And in fact, the irony here is if you don't have money to do it right, how can there be money to do it wrong? Because what happened in that instance was backwards. You put the cameras up without anybody thinking, hey, where's the data going to go? You know what I'm saying? But you spent some money on those cameras and it was wrong. And the only thing sadder than not having money to spend is spending money the wrong way. And so to kind of come back to the notion of a plan, the plan is simply that if you're going to do, this is what you need, and if you're going to do it, this is the right way to do it. And I would submit to you respectfully that if you do not have the money to do it, don't do it. If you don't have the money to do it right, don't do it. Invest in the part, or whatever. I'm sure you have many competing initiatives. Again, I've been working with cities many, more than 3 decades. I understand the notion of competing priorities. I do. And so, but again, IT is not the thing that you want to do, as we go. In my humble opinion.
Mr. Hernandez, thank you so much for your presentation. And with all of this being said, I want Mayor Gama to understand that we're not approving to spend all of that money right now. It's just a plan, and from that plan, we get to decide what we're gonna do with that plan, just like the Parks and Recs master plan. I'm motioning to approve the IT master plan.
A second.
Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote if there's no other questions or comments?
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
I'm going to vote yes and make a comment. And my comment is, first of all, this is an excellent IT plan. We have an excellent strategic action plan. We have an excellent Parks and Recreation plan. I'm just looking forward to actually seeing some of this stuff happen in fruition in the next, in my lifetime. Thank you.
And Mayor Gama?
I'm going to vote no, because the matter is going to pass, and I know it needs to pass, but I'm going to vote no because I'm just having difficulty balancing the Parks and Rec master plan with this master plan, and understanding that we've done things incorrectly causes me concern. So the motion is approved, and thank you all for that.
Thank you all very much for listening. You've been very gracious, and I appreciate your attentiveness and the questions that you raised. So
thank you.
Thank you very much. If I'm done.
Thank you, Roy.
You're very welcome.
Started, Roy.
Thank you very much. Good night.
You're not done.
Am I done?
No, I said you're just getting started.
Ah, okay. That is true. It's okay, though. We love what we do.
Thank you. Appreciate
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to the council members' reports and comments. Councilmember Martinez.
Nothing to report. I mean, we're moving forward with the beach festival, which is good, but that's about it.
Thank you.
Okay, we go.
Councilmember Perez.
So I have no committees to report on, but I do have an update on NAMI. So the NAMI walk that everybody was invested in and that we fundraised for, that all of the first responders came together, we raised over $100,000. That's
Awesome.
25,000 more than what we raised last year. And the first responders raised over 60,000 of that just themselves. Right now, Oxnard has a slight edge of about $500.
No way.
But it's extended to July 27th. So we still have time to beat Oxnard, just saying. There were 5 walks throughout Ventura County. That means 5 cities did 5 events. Vincent Del Mar had an event. So there was a lot of stuff happening all around the county, which is great to see. And we want to get a head start on this next year, an early head start, jump on this quickly and have an even better turnout. More things done is what the plan is. So if anybody wants to be a part of that, let us know. We're going to start early on that. I participated in the JPIA Elected Officials Academy today. It's the first start of it for the newly elected officials. Today was a lot of good info on city managers, staff, and council relations. And I have something they gave us, which I'll email to everyone. And if anybody, hopefully they'll allow everyone to see it later. But it was a lot of great info that might be helpful to get ourselves organized and in a good communication and just make sure that we're all on the same page. And that's all I have right now. I don't have any committees, so it's a little weird, but there you go.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Gama. I've got a number of things just to share real quickly. I've been continuing to serve on the Ventura Regional Sanitation District. We have some important issues going on. So we've had to have some special meetings, some special closed session meetings, also to do with the city of Oxnard, and which I can't talk about too much at this point. We also had our Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance Committee, and the port gave a presentation on their green energy plan. And they have a small business a direct install program where they can come out and advise small businesses on energy saving methods and techniques and equipment. And I would like to, I think later on when we get to the agenda, I'm going to ask for a presentation on that somewhere in the future. We had 2 SCAG meetings last week, one on transportation, one on the regional council meeting, and I think there was a public safety meeting. And they all happened on a Thursday morning when I was attending VRSD. So I was on 3 Zoom calls at the same time. It was just crazy. It's not recommended. It doesn't work. It's too hard to participate in any one. So I will have some information on those meetings for you at our next meeting. The other group I attended was RDP 21. They announced Coastal Trident exercise, which is coming up mid-June. The Bard Mansion is open now. There's going to be a Coastal Trident, back to Coastal Trident. There's going to be an open house in September 22 to the 23rd. And I registered for that because that's an opportunity to go see FathomWorks and see all the technology that they've been using on the port and with the Navy. Let's see, we had this California State University Site Authority meeting. And I understand that there was, we're up for beacon dues, that the beacon dues are being requested. And I wanted to thank the city manager for asking for the update on the accomplishments of Beacon. I don't know if those are going to be discussed anywhere, but Mark Baylor from Beacon provided us with a very good list of accomplishments and work to be done next year. So I appreciate receiving that. I wanted to congratulate the Port Hueneme Library. They were the winners of the Premier America contest, and they won the $5,000. So thank you to everybody who voted for that. And congratulations to Councilwoman Perez for a successful campaign with NAMI. I think you made all the difference. It was the leadership. You and Chief Salinas both did a really great job. So thank you and congratulations to the both of you. On a sadder note, we're having a coyote problem in Port Hueneme. Here at Las Palomas, we've lost a third cat as of today. My cat was killed 2 weeks ago, along with his buddy Mono. They were both taken by a coyote, and then another cat showed up partially eaten this morning here at Las Palomas. And according to the Animal Reg Department, Port Hueneme right now is a hot spot for coyotes. They have access through the flood control channels, and they either come off the base or they travel through those channels, and they can get through the fence, and they come usually at night. So I've asked Chief Salinas to put out the bulletin regarding coyotes again. I think the last time we put that out was maybe in 2018. So he's agreed to do so. And I wanted to thank Chief Salinas for jumping on that. Because a lot of people let their cats out and probably shouldn't. And if they do, bring them in at night. So with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I attended the Ventura County Transportation Commission. And as we are doing, they're also doing a strategic master plan. And they're looking for the next 20 years into the future and how they can coordinate housing, public transportation, utilizing all the new technologies, be it electrical power, hydrogen power, whether, being able to identify the transportation needs of some of the more underserved communities. So they'll be doing a variety of different surveys to various different groups. And I hope to bring back to you some of their questions and concerns in the future. I also got an opportunity to tour the new Gold Coast bus system facility that's over by the, basically it's over by the Auto Center Drive, and it's amazing, all the different input that's gone into that and all the different technologies. They start as early as 3 in the morning, getting their buses ready, and they finish at 10 o'clock at night. And their maintenance facility is like outstanding. The percentage of buses that break down is very, very minimal and way above their expectations. So, and then Councilman Hernandez, correct me if I'm wrong, but Captain Sam is retiring, and they'll be doing a new person to come in to oversee Point Magoo and the Naval Air Force Base. I think he's retiring.
Captain Chisholm, yes, in July, yes.
Captain Chisholm, and so there'll be, I forgot the fellow's name, but it's somebody from the East Coast that's going to be coming in. I think it's Virginia, but I'm not positive.
I think so too. Mm-hmm.
So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Want to give a shout out to the Police Officers Association. I've been made aware that they donated $1,500 to the Bubbling Springs Little League, and I think that's phenomenal. I think it's awesome, but at the same time, I think we need to take care of our Little League teams a little better. And I also believe Cops for Tots donated $500 to the baseball Little League as well. Beacon, we're in the process of arranging a meeting with Julia Brownlee's office. We're gonna have all the stakeholders with regards to beach renourishment. As you know, we continue to deficit spend on our sand, if that makes sense, but our sand level is shrinking and we're just not getting the amount of sand that we need to keep our beach from shrinking. And let's see, what else? I think that's it for now. Yeah, that'll do it. Anyone else have a comment or before we move on to our final item? Okay, so we're moving on to requests for future agenda items. I'd like to remind council members that all requested items will require a motion, a second, and a majority vote for adopted council policies to be placed on a future agenda. Does anybody have requests for future agenda items? Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gama. In regards to today's presentation on plastics, littering, and styrofoam, I request that we move forward with a similar ban on plastics and styrofoam, similar to that of Thousand Oaks and Ventura.
I would second that motion. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Can we have a discussion? We can't just have a discussion on that, can we?
No discussion.
Would you consider, Bobby, Councilman Martinez, amending your motion and to have the presentation from the Surfrider Foundation on the ordinance that they're proposing?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
What do I have to say exactly?
That we have a future agenda item inviting the Surfrider Foundation to present on their proposed ordinance regarding plastics and styrofoam.
So I'll second it.
Is that okay?
Yeah, because you made a motion.
Well, I was
So
trying to amend.
that would come first, and then we would have a second agenda item, I guess, to approve whatever ordinance we come up with.
Right.
Okay. Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perez. Councilmember Perez.
Sorry, my internet is going wonky. Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Any other requests for future agenda items?
I
Yes.
do.
Oh.
Did you have something, Councilman Martinez?
I actually have two more. I don't know if you guys want to hear them out first. I don't.
Go ahead.
Since our city's been doing much better financially these last couple of years, I was wondering if our city staff can do some research on some of the jobs and positions that we've let go over the last, I don't know, possibly I think since like 2007. I think that's when we started letting go of certain positions in the city. Just so that we can then make a better choice on deciding what positions we want to bring back.
So your agenda item would be to have an update on staffing.
Yeah, on some of the positions that we've let go over the last couple of years. I want to say maybe more than a decade, since 2007.
Excuse me, Mayor, I have just an input. We are in the middle of a class and comp study, which will deliver those required positions for us. So that will be part of the class and comp study.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. And the last request, in respect to the public and the city staff's time, you know, I felt like our city council meetings don't move as quickly as they could. I was requesting if our city attorney can provide some further training and maybe some recommendations to our city council and mayor on running our city meetings more efficiently.
You know, I think, well, we can't have a discussion, but what I would like as a potential agenda item is that perhaps we could entertain the notion that council is giving a summary of, say, for like this master plan. You know, there is no summary. You have to go through the whole plan. So how does that mirror with what you're looking for, Councilmember Martinez?
I think I was thinking like maybe like some training. That's kind of what I was thinking about, like some training.
Training on how to run meetings or training on how to
Be more efficient.
Rosenberg's rules of order, something like that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Robert's rules of order.
You're missing a great training right now, Bobby. To JPIA.
Oh. Yeah.
All right, I don't hear a second.
I think there's other ways to address it, maybe.
Okay.
Unless you have a solution, Bobby, I can't second it. I mean, unless you have an idea on what you want to do.
It would be training provided from the city attorney to all of us, but I mean.
Okay, well, listen, I'll second that because I agree with you. I agree that our meetings could run a little bit more efficiently. So maybe what we can do is have the city manager, city attorney give us some suggestions on how we can move these meetings forward.
Excuse me, Councilmember Martinez and Councilmember Hernandez. Following this meeting, probably tomorrow, I can email the council a video given by Judge David Rosenberg on Rosenberg's rules and how they are to be run. I believe the video is about 20 or 30 minutes long. It gives a pretty detailed deal, and we can at least start with that.
Thank you. That'd be great.
So can I go back to council member comments for a moment?
Well, I had an agenda item I wanted to add. Are you going to come back to agenda requests?
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, I wanted to, as I mentioned earlier, I wanted to ask for a presentation on the California Green Business Network. And that's through the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance. And there's no urgency in putting this on the agenda, but I'd like to see it maybe within the next 3 to 4 months, if possible. And this would benefit businesses who are either recovering from COVID or new businesses or businesses who want to get the benefits, the cost benefits of installing greener types of systems.
I'm sorry, City Council Member Hernandez, can you repeat the beginning part? I missed it.
This is a request to put on the agenda an item related to the California Green Network, which helps local small businesses, medium-sized and small businesses achieve energy saving benefits.
So you're requesting a presentation?
Yes.
Okay. I'll second.
Thank you.
We have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
And Mayor Gama?
Are there any other requests for future agenda items?
I had one. And with the budget process coming up, I would like to have, as part of the budget process, maybe a separate preliminary meeting where an open council meeting where like each of the council members can kind of review and develop as a collective body, kind of like our priorities for the coming year. Because of the Brown Act, I think it's kind of segmented a lot of times as far as like getting our opinions and understanding where the other councilmen are coming from. We're limited towards talking about it as a group. We kind of will share our concerns with one, and maybe someone else will share their concerns with others. I think probably one of the examples that I saw recently was that, like, for example, Councilman Hernandez and Councilman Martinez were working on a homeless independently of like Councilman Perez and I were working on something, and it
Rich,
seems like,
I'm going to
so
interrupt for a second. What's your motion?
my motion is to have a special open meeting retreat where our councilmen can get together, share what their goals and objectives are, and perhaps collectively as a council come up with our top 5 priorities. And it would be an open meeting for the general community to be a part of too.
And I heard you say tie it to the budgeting process?
Yeah, because as we move into the budgeting process, we're going to be setting up, you know, how we're going to spend the community's money in the next year. And I think instead of segmenting it with a variety of different ideas coming from all different areas, I think it would be healthy for us to get together so that we at least understand where the majority of the council feels about things in a preliminary fashion so that we can move forward in a more effective way.
Okay, so I'm going to second your motion, but I'm going to restate it to make sure we're clear. We want to have a goals and priorities workshop and have it tied into the budgeting process. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to second his motion. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Rollins? Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Sure, yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
And Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other requests for future agenda items? Okay, I'm hearing none. I just want to go back to council members' reports and comments. And it just occurred to me that we don't have an item for our city manager to report to us. And I recall years ago that there was always a section in the agenda where the city manager would make comments and reports to the council. So can I ask the city manager or if he has any comments or reports for the council, or is that something that we're going to have to agendize in the future?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And I think we should agendize that and then I'll prepare remarks for it. But I'm excited that this IT master plan is approved because it forms the basis for a variety of different improvements and efficiency that we can start to enjoy sooner rather than later. And I do think that there's, and I appreciate Councilmember Rowland's requirement or request for a budget, a pre-budget, it goes an objective setting thing. We started that process a little bit with the Parks and Master Plan and some of the material that I sent to the councilman today. But you know, to understand that framework, and in particular, when we look at this American Rescue Plan and do outreach with the public and the community for what they think is important to stay aligned with, and in the spirit of the American Rescue Plan for our city, I think those are going to be great opportunities for us to do some really good work for the city and really create an inflection point coming out of COVID. So thanks for allowing me that 1 minute, sir.
Okay, so in the future, let's vote on this. Future agenda items, let's have us, before council members' reports and comments, let's have city manager reports and comments. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
And Madam Clerk, can we take a roll call vote?
Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez? Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
And Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Thank you all very much. We are going to close this meeting tonight in honor of Pride Month. Pride Month is the month of June, and it's to honor the movement to outlaw discriminatory laws and practices against the LGBT Americans. And I think all of us are very aware that any form of discrimination is wrong. And so I'd like to close this meeting again in celebration of LGBT Pride Month, the month of June.
Very good. Thank you.
This meeting is now adjourned, and the time is 10:54 p.m. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, staff.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, IT staff.
You guys have a good night. Everyone be safe.